What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm me, and you're you, and you're here now. Greetings. So, we're doing analysis every Thursday. I was checking online, and sometimes you'll run into a redditor or a chess player or someone who's asking, what kind of streams can I watch where a strong player will analyze games, and then they'll be like, oh, you should watch I God Matter. I mean, dude, come on. The problem is that you have to be strong enough to really be a good player in your own right before you can teach other people. That kind of stream is just for entertainment. This is serious. I'm a chess coach by profession. We're not talking about amateurs here. So I do analyze the subscribers' games, but we need subscribers to stay in business. So you guys keep me in business, I'll keep analyzing games, and it's a win-win situation. Right? Chess is the art of analysis. Mikhail Bavinnik. The quote bot, and we got a hype train. What is that? No, that's a gifter. Oh, some person is our first gifter for the week. He's leading in gifts for the week. 2 gift subs, a record. Guys, do we have Mr. Slow? You know what I really feel sorry for? I'm sorry, man, but the online chess qualifier type of crap, it's just like hopeless. Sorry, dude. You can't have online chess tournaments. I hate to break it to you. Chess tournaments must be played in real life. Online chess tournaments don't work. And we all know why, but whatever. You want to believe. So, anyway, I noticed a bunch of people are streaming, and I'm like, oh yeah, the Kazakhstan qualifier cup. Whatever, man. Just keep believing. Keep believing. I really want to go to Kazakhstan. It's on my bucket list. But that's not the point. The point is, internet is not the place to play competitive chess. Here is okay for training. Alright, and we're here to analyze your games now. We've got a submission from the Power of the New. I mean, I don't know what to do with this guy. Power of the New, who are you? Why do you keep sending me games if I don't know who you are? Faza Bean, hello. Faza Bean looks like a new subscriber. Welcome. See, like Faza Bean, if Faza Bean were to submit a game to me, I would analyze that game in the stream. But the Power of the New keeps sending me games even though I don't know who they are. So that's the problem. I can't just analyze random games of people who I don't know who they are. I took for granted he was a subscriber for a while, but I don't know who this player is, so we're going to need a little more info. Man, my games are too bad. That's okay, then. Just learn from the games that we go over. It's not like you're obligated to submit your game, and a lot of people are shy. I'm not proud of my own games. I'm very, very reluctant to share my own games because I'm kind of not a perfectionist, but I'm not really satisfied with my own play as well, easily. I'm not here to show off my games like Asterbait. Alright, now, here's what we got. Learn, study, practice. No, learn, study. My studies. Don't look at those random studies. So, my studies there. Alright, 522. Today's 522. Mr. Slow has sent in Mr. Slow has sent in a game by Geller, who I really like. Mr. Slow creating a Geller compilation. Yefim Geller was a famous Soviet-era grandmaster who died relatively young. I mean, he could have lived a little longer. I shouldn't say he died young, but he wasn't exactly old when he passed away. He had a good career. good record against Fischer. He was one of the few players with a plus record against Bobby Fischer. Geller against Mecking. I've never seen Mecking's full name. Enrique da Costa Mecking from Brazil, who was a he was a real surprise. I think at the Portoro's Interzonal, or he broke through in the 70s. Asterbate, Mr. Slowhand. So it's two Mr. Slowhand related games. Asterbate, what are you trying to do? Like, get Mr. Slowhand to not come to the stream anymore? Sung Prism against Zen Chess. And then Mule Skinner against Enrique, no relation to Henrique. And then Nefedov against Magic Chess. Some WFM, Magic Chess. So that just happened to be the last game in the study. We've got room for a few more games. What is the King's Indian defense? You always hear about it. King's Indian defense? Well, it's a very common defense for black against the queen pawn. And it's not as trendy as it used to be. It's like d4, knight f6, c4, g6. You fianchetto your king's bishop. You play knight f6 and fianchetto your king's bishop with bishop g7. That's the King's Indian defense against d4. So d4, knight f6, c4, g6. As opposed to the Queen's Indian, where you fianchetto your queen's bishop on b7. That's called the Queen's Indian. I think, Queen's Indian came first, probably. Safe assumption. But d4 is knight f6. d4 knight f6 is the Indian defenses, as opposed to the classical defenses with d5. So this is an Indian defense, the hypermodern knight f6, and then if white plays c4, black plays g6, it's a King's Indian. If black plays, e6 followed by b6, it's a Queen's Indian, etc. Anyway, quick explanation there. You didn't get the one I submitted last week. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Who's asking? By the way, whatever happened to Schumacher? We missed Schumacher. Maybe he's studying hard for his exams or something. He hasn't been on my stream in ages. He used to submit games. Shaki, you're asking for last week's game. When you discussed the h3 and the 4 knights. Well, I can look back in my messages, see what I've got from you. Maybe you're like chat banned or something. See? I'm not seeing any Shaki in the list here. What that means is you got a shadow chat ban on or something like that. That's not you. Is that your name, 987? There he is. I never remember the numbers. So I have a message from you? Compose message. Well, I just want to see the previous messages. So I don't know what you're talking about. I got no messages from you. I didn't miss it. It's just not there. They're different things. Maybe you're shadow banned and you just don't know it. Now I'm getting something. Alright. Now I got it. Maybe you thought you sent it to me and you didn't. That happens. The older you get, the more often. Alright, let's put it in there. Yeah, it sounds familiar. I'll put it ahead of... We'll put it ahead of Nefedov. We'll put it ahead of these guys that aren't here yet. Maybe even Mr. Slow. Yeah, well, anyway, let's see who's not here yet. Mr. Slow, Chess Testament. So what's up, everybody? You want to get started? All right, Asterbait first for a little light entertainment. Asterbait versus Mr. Slow. This is a serious Asterbait game this time. So, we're analyzing games of subscribers here. Gonna have to ask you guys to donate and start a hype train. Asterbait with knight f3. Mr. Slow is a very good player, especially in the openings. Extremely well prepared. He plays knight f6, and now on b3, he's a King's Indian player for the most part. Speaking, what is the King's Indian? King's Indian, right? It's not really a King's Indian, but it's a King's Indian setup. Asterbait plays b3 and bishop b2. Black plays bishop g7. And now, Asterbait, you did a strange thing. I've never seen you do this before. Normally, he would play e3 or c4. But suddenly, again, I've never seen him do this before, he goes d4 in this position. And there's nothing wrong with this move. I'm just saying that I've never seen you do this specifically, Asterbait. So the thing is, White, may or may not play c4. But the real question is White intending to play e3 or g3. Now, Black, for his part, has tons of options. Black can play castles, d6, c5, b6, d5 with, okay, that's a totally standard move. Catalan in reverse. So Mr. Slow chooses to play d6. After d6, if you played g3, I would have played this position a few times. Kramnik played this a little bit. I just want to say one thing. Mr. Slow's move order is a little strange. Like playing d6 here, I don't know that there's any real big benefit in d6. I would prefer to play one of the other moves. Castles, d5, c5. d6, this one square pawn move, doesn't really have a lot of value. Alright, you normally play that maybe on the next move or two. But anyway, fine. So here I would play g3. He would probably castle. Now bishop g2. We get in Kramnik territory. And in those lines, Black has this very interesting move, e5. I mean, there should be a Kramnik game here. Why am I not seeing any Kramnik games? It's weird. Anyway. You didn't play g3. After d6, you played c4. And so we have, what looks like kind of a equal position. This is not super testing. The best that White can do, is just e3, g3, knight on bd2, complete your development. Black castled. And now I'm expecting one of those moves, g3, e3. You played knight to c3. Okay, this is fine. It blocks your bishop on b2, but it enables your knight to have a better square. It's okay. Now we're going to see what Black's going to do here. Is he going to play for e5? Is he going to play for c5? Is he going to wait? Is he going to play something like maybe bishop f5? This idea where you could fight for control e4, for example, another possibility. So he plays this classical King's Indian formation. e3 or g3, yeah, I mean g3 is a little more safe. The king side is safe. I will make a comment, though, that if you play g3, you have to watch for this e5, e4, e3. But that's obviously never going to happen if you have a pawn on e3, e3 is inherently a little bit less aggressive and the less ambitious, I think, but safer. In any case, I prefer g3. This fucking fruit fly. We had a minor fruit fly incident here. Knight c3, knight on bd7. So now you play g3. Black's going to play e5, 100%. And didn't. So this is very strange. This game was played on Tuesday. And Mr. Slow had said he couldn't talk because he's on another device. And he was like losing a lot of games on time, etc. But the following move, c5, while it's not terrible, it surprises me. You know, it looks like Black normally goes with e5 here like 100% of the time. You know, that's why you play knight on bd7. And it's also his style. This is like... I don't think it's as good. I mean, what is Black going to do? After bishop g2, you can't really play b6 because of the long diagonal. So, I mean, Black's going to have to play something a little bit rope-a-dope now. Like rook b8, a6. But I feel that white is better. So, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what made him do. This is totally normal. Like, sorry. e5 is totally normal. Korchnoi team on 1986. But c5, okay. Azerbaijan did well not to push. I think that would leave you in a kind of weird Benoni. You did well to keep the tension. Now Black takes. And now Azerbaijan, you know, you're not really generally going to normally take with the queen here. However, it may not be so bad. You should take back with the knight. Knight is right. I said that. It's hot in here, guys. It's like back to 84 degrees Fahrenheit, but humid. But it's a dry heat, you know. Azerbaijan, take with the knight. Your knight is... It's not only about the knight. I mean, it's also about the bishop on the long diagonal. If that bishop pawn is open, you know, I wouldn't care as much about it. But this is beautiful. And there's almost no way to get the knight off of d4. And he also doesn't have a knight on c6 to trade it off. So what's going to get rid of that knight on d4? Nothing. Azerbaijan here tempts fate with queen takes d4. You know, there's just as much danger for you, if not more, than there is for him on this long diagonal. You have to watch for tricks. There's no discoveries right away. Like knight h5, for example, we just go back to d2 and white is better. Mr. Slow plays knight c5, and now, you know, theoretically, he's threatening something like knight to e4. So this is what's going to happen. The question is what Azerbaijan should play here. Not real obvious to me. I think you should move your queen. But if you go to d1, you have problems. If you go to d2, you have problems. If you go to e3, I'm not sure. This might actually be... This might actually be an okay move. Even though he has knight g4, it's a one-horse pony. I don't think that's all that great for Black. The other possibility is same idea, queen f4. But there, we have a problem again. Okay, let's take a look at this. Queen e3, knight c5, queen e3. He can go here. But I still don't think it's a big issue, right? We just ignore it. Ignore it, it will go away. And worst case scenario, we could defend again at c3. And he's just like trading off all his active pieces. Worst case scenario. Okay. So it looks like maybe e3. You could also go to d2, but again, knight e4. You shouldn't have been in this situation in the first place, because you shouldn't have taken with the queen on d4. But then you played b4, which is ignoring the problem altogether and just going forward when, you know, you probably have an issue of your own. So now Mr. Slow has to decide, should he just like retreat and say, I'm good, whatever, you know, thanks for weakening your queenside pawns, do what you want to do, like, doesn't matter to me? Or does he go for door number 2, which he did, you know, he tried to be active here. So Asterbate can sacrifice a piece for like 3 pieces for the queen now? Yeah, so he gets 3 pieces for the queen. So it degenerates into a chaotic situation. I think Mr. So is an experienced player. He probably shouldn't do this against a player who is more comfortable in chaotic type positions. It would be simpler to just play knight e6. Nevertheless, this may be alright. Check. Takes. Check. Now black has to decide whether he should just move the king, play f6. I'm sort of leaning toward this move because it shores up some squares a little bit. I would think f6. Mr. Slow played e5 instead. The problem with this move is that it isn't as well. It isn't as solid, you know. f6 is way more solid. I mean, king g8 is obviously possible, but this looks pretty good. I mean, pawn takes c5. I guess pawn takes c5. You can't take on c5 because of queen a5 check. So the material is thus, white has 3 pieces for a queen and pawn. And after castles, it's close. You know, I mean, it's hard to evaluate who's better here. Maybe it's just too close to even call. I don't know. But let's see what the engine says. White's better. It likes white. Alright, anyway. Hard to judge in my opinion. But Mr. Slow plays e5 instead. Now after this, the problem is this pawn is suffering a serious disaster. Like, this pawn chain is breaking down. It's easy to underestimate Asterbate, but he's played okay here. And now queen a5 check doesn't really do anything. Bishop c3, and now the center is falling. I don't know what to suggest. Queen a4, you could play queen a4, maybe try to come in here. He plays queen a3, and now castles, but that looks kind of risky. So after queen a3, what about takes? Because e5 is difficult to protect. Black would have to play f6. And then you just castle at that point. And if he tries to attack your knight, you've got another one where that came from. This looks very good for white. So after queen a3, you castled. Maybe that move is a tiny bit slow. But I guess it's probably okay. Well, there is one problem, right? F5. So F5, I guess he refuted you with this move. If you lose a piece back, you should be losing. This is a problem. Maybe you sack a whole knight with knight d2, pawn takes e4, knight takes. Asked me, you shouldn't have castled. It looks like you're in trouble now. C takes d6. Here you're... I see, you're sacking a piece this way. Okay. This may be best. Check. And now king g8. And then knight g5. And now what's the material? You have two pieces. Still very sharp. You have two pieces, a bishop and a knight and a pawn. A bishop, a knight, and two pawns. So you still almost have enough material for the queen. Yeah, this is dangerous for black. So he tries a reasonable move now. Queen a5, attacking the bishop on e5. I would think bishop d4. But it's no good. It's no good. So how does white protect the bishop? This is a crafty move by Mr. Slow. How does white protect the bishop? It may be that you have to play bishop f4. I think this is it. Yeah, what you did can't be right. You have to play bishop f4. This is like forced. Bishop f4 and it's a game. You're gonna get his pawn on e4. This is nothing. I mean, he could do it to simplify the game, but it's not clear to me what's going on here. You're still better. So this is the only move that works. Looks like bishop f4. Saving both pieces and saving your pawn on d6. This Hail Mary is just an exchange of pieces. And that's a big mistake. Because without the dark square bishop, I think your attack doesn't have much power. So now, he should have just taken your bishop on e5. He takes your bishop on e5, you take on c8, you make a queen, he develops another piece, and now white is seriously in trouble. You know, I mean, you do not have enough compensation at this point. After knight takes c4, rook takes c4. You have two pieces. You have two pieces and a pawn for a queen. And it's not quite enough. And black should be pretty much in command there. So good game, Masturbate, not quite good enough. d7 was a mistake. And then he could just ignore it and take on e5. This is a very powerful piece. Mr. Slow's fatal mistake. Well, not fatal, but anyway, an inaccuracy to take this. Still, it's probably winning for him, right? Bishop d6. No, this is, okay. This is still good enough. It's still good enough. Yeah, you were very lucky here. You were lost. You have to play bishop f4. No, d7 is a huge blunder. You have to play bishop f4. And you're lucky that you're okay. This is another blunder. Okay, this is good. Here. Now just take your knight on g5, which he did. Bishop takes. And now you're just winning. I mean, he's just winning. You're totally lost. Bishop takes e4, bishop c6, bishop c6, b takes c6, rook d1, rook d8, f4, queen c5 check, and white resigned. Wow. Aspirate, you lost. You lost. Mr. Slow has 6 seconds left, but he has increment. I will never want to see this. Astrobate submitted a game he lost. Do we have an emote for that? Wow, dude. Too many people here. The cognoscenti. Ooh, too many cognoscenti here. Dude, you've never submitted, you've never submitted a game you lost. Have you? But it was a beautiful queen sacrifice, Asterbait. And the truth is that you had enough compensation. You're in fact you're better after queen a5. But here you have only one move. He has, and his opponent has 30 seconds. I'll do this increment, right? There's a 3-second increment. You've got tons of time. You got him low on time. You got a simple problem, man. Count the material. The only way for you to not lose material here is bishop f4. It's easy. And your knight's not trapped because it's going to take the pawn on e4. So you should have found this. His best move is bishop f5. You take the pawn. And at this point you've got what? 7 pawns against 4. 3 pawns. 2 pieces and 3 pawns for a queen. That's not bad. And a very powerful pawn at that. On d6. So you're clearly better against the great Mr. Slow. All right. Really inspiring queen sacrifice, Asterbait. Thank you. Next up is Sung Prism. Maybe Mr. Slow got wind of the fact that there was an Asterbait submission and didn't come, but I think the truth is he assumed it was like a game he lost, but he couldn't remember losing to you. Well, hopefully he comes a little bit later, and we'll get some donations, or somebody's gonna donate some gift subs to the stream, because we're not playing in the Kazakhstan qualifier, unfortunately, due to that sucking. Due to the fact that tournaments online suck, we'll never play in that. And AI is not going to make it better. So stick to the online for training only. Here we've got Sung Prism against Zen Chess. Move 11 went to an AI conference, and he came back saying that, like, you know, cheating is only going to get easier. Anyway, I don't think over-the-board cheating is so easy. You know, if your opponent has Google Glasses, they might have to ban glasses from over-the-board play at some point. Contact Google contact lenses. All right, so this is Sung Prism, who was here earlier, against the ever-tough Zen Chess. We're white. We played e4, c5. Excuse me, knight f3, d6. So Zen Chess normally plays the Najdorf. He's a good player. As far as I know, maybe close to 2100 USCF. Capable of becoming a national master, I think. He works really hard in this game. It's not too late. He's not an old... Oh, there's Spectacular. Guess who showed up? Oh no. Thank you, we didn't have enough viewers. Everybody's playing the Kazakhstan stupid tournament. I can't wait for the Chess Mood International. I basically quit online tournaments like 20 years ago. Like most sensible people, but whatever. Alright. So d6, bishop b5 check is Sun Prism. The Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen, Moscow. I guess it's the Moscow variation, or yeah, that's Moscow, right? I don't know. Bishop b5 check. Yeah, Moscow variation. We should change it to the Gulf of Moscow. Well, I would expect Zen Chess to be well prepared here I mean, the main thing is Sun Prism. Your repertoire is like Rossalimo, and this is logical to include with Rossalimo. But even though this is a good system, it's not gonna catch anyone by surprise. Well, anyone good. So anyone good is gonna be fairly well prepared here. Beginners might be easy to beat. Spectacular Camel, welcome. So black has three options. Knight c6 is rarely played in this move order. That transposes to Rossalimo. And most people, if they wanted to play knight c6, would have played it on move 2. I might play it because I happen to play d6 Rossalimo with black. But most players will play either bishop d7 or knight d7. Bishop d7 is a safer move, as it doesn't invite material imbalance, but also, I think, offers black less winning chances than knight d7. Knight d7 was always like Kasparov's preferred choice, and it's like thumbing its nose at your bishop on b5. It's saying, like, what's your bishop doing on b5? Are you going to trade your bishop for a knight? It's like knight d2 in the BOGO. Yes, I just gave everybody the finger. That's what knight d7 is saying to, the bishop on b5. Screw you. Are you going to give yourself up for me? The problem is that it's black, not white side of the BOGO Indian. Black is behind the development, So can he get away with this luxurious style play? Anyway, this is kind of philosophical talk about the opening. So knight d7, again, combative move, not easy to play. Black plays bishop d7 in the game. This is more the main line. And so now white has a choice. There's a whole bunch of moves, right? c4, a4, queen e2. For all I know, people play knight c3. I have no idea. c4, a4, queen e2, and bishop takes d7 check mostly. The problem with bishop takes d7 check is that black has to choose between taking with the knight and taking with the queen. That's not so easy either. So here, now black has two options. When the knight's best square is c6, do you really want to take with the knight on d7? So either way, it's like a little awkward. And I know from experience, either way, it's awkward for black. And if you take with the queen on d7, the queen goes onto a weird track. It's like a train track. Here, it's on the light square track. Normally, this queen is on the dark square track, and so it's like playing chess 960. Sicilian player, in my experience, not used to having the queen on d7, really. Black plays queen takes d7. Now you castled, but there's the possibility of other moves here. So c4 being the main one. White's primary setup, as advocated by Magnus, who of course is the biggest supporter of the system. Of course, Magnus doesn't do chessable courses, and I think it would be maybe like Wesley So having done the chessable. I don't really use chessable because I don't like commercial stuff, but the or anything related to the evil chess site, chess.mom, or the Magnus Group, which is the same thing. It's all the same evil entity. So Mr. Slowhand has donated this. He has not donated. I'm wrong. I take it back. Sorry. He has subscribed at Tier 1. Mr. Slowhand has subscribed at Tier 1 for 68 months. I know it's time to go back to the United States. I went to the... Oh, by the way, guys, I've renewed my Hungarian residency. Unfortunately, they let me stay. So I can finally travel without worrying about not being allowed back into the Hungarian paradise. And so now I can finally go back to the States at some point and resolve the shit I have to resolve. Mr. So, thank you for your donation or subscription, whatever. No, Mr. Evil has donated. Oh no, Mr. Evil donated $51. Dr. Evil, no relation. Mr. Evil. Mr. Evil has donated us up to 666. That's now that was Netog's favorite. He would donate 66.6 or something. Yeah, I'm all for anti-establishment. You know, if it's Satan, we have to support Satan. Anything but chess.mom or the Trump administration or Amazon or Google. Yeah, go with the indie. No evil. Mr. Evil must be the lesser of the evil family. This is Mr. Evil, as opposed to Dr. Evil. Thank you very much, Mr. Evil, for your donation. Bringing us up to exactly 666. Now, nobody's going to want to change that. Maybe we'll get like some devout Christian in the chat now who'll be offended by this. Oh, that reminds me. I was in Prague playing in the European Poker Tour in December, and there's this African guy in this one satellite, and it happened a couple times that the board came down like 6-6, and someone had a set of sixes, and he started making like, oh no. The Africans, a lot of Africans have they have a lot of like born again Christians, and I don't know, in a lot of African countries, they're very superstitious about religion and stuff, and the guy was real superstitious about. I was joking with him about it. There being a lot of sixes. He's like, no. Anyway, Mr. Evil, thanks for the donation. Big one, $51. Maybe someone will add up with 66. Asterbait could do the 66 cents. That's too many sixes. So, we're going to castle here. This is some prism. I just want to say about c4, going for the Marazzi right away. There are these weird lines where black can try to grab a pawn. Going back to Quinteros. Don't trust Quinteros. I don't know what he's up to. This is a risky line for black to try to grab the pawn. It's very dangerous. It's like Walter beat him. Ostojic beat him. I don't think it's safe for black to go for that. So it's okay to go ahead and play c4, but I'm not Wesley So, yeah, the Chinese believe eights are lucky, I thought. Spectacular Camel. Oh, right. Yeah, if you add 222, we can have 888 and have Pocket Snowman. A set of eights. Yeah, Chinese are very into eights. They love it when they have 2 eights. And even better if they have 3 eights. Guys, I told you when I went to the immigration center last week, the bus driver who owed me money, drove me to the immigration center. And then I got to the immigration center this week, and there was this French guy. I told the story Tuesday. Didn't I? Yeah, I told the story Tuesday. But whoever wasn't here. The other's a guy, he's trying to apply for residency who won a lot of money from me. I was like, get this guy out of here. He's a gambler. Get him out of here. I wanted to expose him. Anyway, always interesting people I meet at the immigration center. So, all right, castles, bishop takes d7, queen takes d7, castles. That's fine. Black plays e5. This is a problem. Is this a problem? e5. Zen chess is normally very well prepared. Lower numbers are better. Wow, e5. You know what, e5 really, that's like begging for d4 and sacking a pawn. What happens if you play d4? So look at the opening explorer. There are 2,600 games with knight c6, 1,500 x games with knight f6, 130 games with e6, 91 g6, 7 with e5. Why is e5 so unpopular? I mean, you could play the Colorado Gambit deferred with like f5 here. But seriously, I'm thinking e5. What if we pop him with d4 and then play it like a Mora? So instead of doing like you did, like c3, this may not be enough, but I want to look at it, okay? Let's turn off the opening explorer. I don't want any hints. But seriously, if I turn this off, black plays e5. This is the logical continuation, right? c3, I hit him with d4. But maybe we can reverse the order of moves. So we say we do d4 first. What I'm saying is we can force him to take the pawn. And we have a good Mora Gambit. Anybody have any questions, comments? So take toward the center, and then we hit him with c3. Looks good. This looks very good. I think that black should probably take the pawn, but he could try. He could try, you know, other things. I mean, like knight f6. I mean, there we don't have to be fancy and take. We could even just do like rook e1. I mean, I think the bottom line is that eventually black is going to have to go into this Mora Gambit type scenario. And I don't really love the Mora Gambit, but this type of structure where you have a very clear weak square on d5, and I think very simple, sort of straightforward compensation. That's sort of, it's hard to pass that up, you know. It's very easy to play white here, and you're slightly better. Let's see what the engine says. Yeah. No, it doesn't agree. It doesn't think you're slightly better. It did it first, and then it changed its mind. So it thinks that black is basically equal. Interesting. I don't know. I still think practically this is absolutely fine for white. I would play this totally. The engine claiming that h6. Let's see. Let's see how long it takes me to reduce black to 0.0. Well, I guess that's a normal evaluation for the Mora Gambit anyway. Here I'm promoting the Mora Gambit type of thing here. Interesting. It's a gambit I've never understood. Well, you know, oddly enough, it sounds weird to say this, but the Mora Gambit is sort of like a positional pawn sacrifice. Anyway, whatever. So I'm going to turn the engine back on. Damn. This has never happened. Wow. So d4 has never been played in this position. It's a rare position, though. So c3 is the best. All right. I tried to be creative. And sometimes we get it wrong, but d4 is an interesting idea. Apparently, your straightforward approach is better, but we would never know if we didn't make sure. All right. And I think this move would be, like, if it was a fast game, well, this is a fast game. This is more upsetting for black, you know? You're like it's being forced down your throat. This is very upsetting. You don't have a choice. You know, if you don't take it now, it might still be hard to play for a human. Yeah. A lot of people, they don't like being forced to accept some gambit. You know, now you have to accept it. Anything else is really like, this is horrible, passive for black. If you do knight c6, d5, you use no space. He has no space and his bishop's on the wrong color. He's basically forced to accept the pawn sacrifice. Okay, your move is fine. I wanted to clarify that. There's like no games though. I mean, because nobody plays e5 with black. It's weird actually that Zen chess would play it, you know. I don't understand. He normally follows well-beaten paths, sort of mainline stuff. It's weird that he would play the c5. Knight f6, yeah. You can play d4 rook e1. This is a safer option. Bishop e7 now. He can't prevent d4. And then here, Monkzul. I played a Mongol, another Mongolian, similar name. Bishop e7, d4, and then a Zen chess. Yeah, he apparently didn't like knight c6, so he plays queen c7. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. You got a Najdorf player. Now his queen is on a different track, and I'm speaking from experience. It's weird to play with the queen on a different track. You're just not used to that queen being on a different track. So now he goes queen c7, which loses time, and black has a kind of bad Rother-Pez. So what was that? We got a hate mail. Well, Asterbait. Oh no! Oh no! Asterbait. Oh no! 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, almost. Nice one, Asterbait. He made a rainbow. He made it straight. Nice. Asterbait was 6 to 10 straight. Very nice. Straight beats 3 of a kind. I'm sorry, Mr. Slow. 6 to 10 straight, beating the 3 of kind 6s. Asterbait takes the lead with a higher poker hand here, bringing us up to 678.90. Always unsure about d5. Yeah, I know. I think there's more than one way to skin the proverbial dog, but it's all a matter of style. You know, you could play d5. Of course, it would be better if it was like a tempo on the knight on c6. You can definitely take here and say, okay, I'm slightly better because of the d5 square. But I gotta make sure. You gotta make sure you got a lock on the light squares. So we don't want to be seeing like c4 or something. If you can get a really solid lock, like knight c4, a4, and a bind on the white squares, the structure is excellent for white. Black stuck with the bad Marazzi bishop. Taking, while it would normally be a bad move, therefore is often the right idea here, because you have an outpost square, and he doesn't. You know, in the Lopez, oftentimes black can play c4, and then gain counterplay in these type of structures based off the d3 square. But this is not really a Lopez. It's like more like an old Indian or some kind of thing like that. Anyway, so you played a controversial move now, which may not be bad. I like to keep an open mind. But bishop g5 is, what's the word I want to use? Yeah, I mean, it's controversial. It's double-edged. You're kind of like flirting with an exchange of these bishops. It's your good bishop. You know, it's a good bishop. Your primary pawn is in the center on e4. But you could exchange on f6, leave him with a bad bishop, and play for absolute domination on the light squares. See, Zen chess is not stupid, so he plays knight on bd7. And now, so he cast out on that giving up the bishop on f6 thing. Because he'll take back... Actually, yeah, you can do it. You can trade on f6. Yeah, okay, you can still trade on f6 if you want to. I mean, I think the two knights against bishop and bad bishop and knight is slightly better for white. Yeah, this is fine. I don't think the bishop g5 is a big mistake. Knight on bd2. Not easy for black here. a4 looks like a good move, although we got to make sure. It wouldn't be my first thought. Maybe you should fix the center. If you take on e5, I think I would play this first. Let's fix the center, right? And then either way, you're better. If he takes to the knight, that's fine. We take it. Takes. And then make sure we keep total white square control. So maybe even bishop takes f6, and something like this, or maybe queen b3, followed by knight c4 and a4. You know, he tries to trade off your knight. It's not happening. And so long as you can make sure that there's no b5, maintain your knight on c4, you're always better. And his bishop is a defensive ghost. That looks like a good way to play it. So on a4, I think he should try maybe to, if I was him, I would try to kind of break out of this mold. Could b4 be a weak square? So I'm thinking for black here, it's maybe not a bad idea to trade and say like, hey, maybe I can do something with that b4. What about, you know, something weird like queen b6? Still, it's a little scary for him, but you'll have to calculate, you know, like here. I guess this queen could get trapped. This is not going to be easy for black anyway. Yeah, probably he should wait. He could play something like, okay, just do pawn takes pawn, and then use the c file. Let's say rook c8. Maybe he doesn't put the queen on b6, but just plays for control of the c file. So I think you should fix the center, you know. You should exchange here. Here, you know, another thing is, if you were to exchange on here, like, what's the difference between exchanging on e5 and c5? You know, he might be able to take with the knight or something like that. It's not great, but it might be better than this structure might be better than this for black, honestly. I think. It might be have a little more life to it, because, you know, if he takes this structure, he might be able to play d5 eventually. What's that, Spectacular Camel? Do I have room for another game? Yes. So that's why I think you're better off exchanging on e5. So a4. Now h6. This is a very lazy move by black. There's not a lot he can do. I mean, honestly, you could even play bishop e3, because at the end of the day, you really don't mind losing that bishop to a knight. You could also exchange on f6. No, I forgot. You have control. Yeah, just put it in there without warning me. It's fine. Yeah, just take control. That's no problem. No warning. Thank you, Ubatis. Bishop h4. Now rook f8. That's a good move. And now h3. Reasonable move. Knight f8. Now we have this and this. Yeah, I like what you did. You know, you simplified, right? But, you know, maybe we're waiting on this. But we've got to be careful you don't wait too long to pull the trigger on bishop takes f6. What did you do? You did knight c4. Okay, you're attacking his pawn. What about this, for example? Because if he can trade bishop for bishop, I think it would be a much better situation for him. It's still not great, though. You know, even this is, like, better for you. If bishop here, maybe the simplest thing for you to do is to do it. Just do it, you know, like Nike. His bishop is so bad, and your advantage is so much, like, long-lasting that I think you should just do it. Bishop f6, knight c4. And you're better for the rest of the game. You can torture him for like 100 moves here. Maybe it's a draw, you know, if John Nunn or, you know, I don't know, Magnus is playing black. But it's still extremely unpleasant for black. You have King's Indian style plans, like G3, King G2, H4, Queen B3, Rook H1. You have a million things you can do while he sits there with his bad dark square bishop, just suffering, and has no counterplay at all. You know? So don't dogmatically, like, keep your bishop. Knight C4, Knight G6. And here again, I mean, there is some justification for this, in that you want to keep control of F4. But on the other hand, you know, you may be better off playing bishop F6, bishop F6. And if you want to keep him off of F4, you can do that with the pawn. So just play G3. I would anticipate black trying maybe H5 at some point, but it's risky, you know. Your king goes to G2. You're playing like a good King's Indian, where you got rid of your King's Indian bishop, your bad King's Indian bishop, and you're just better. So I think this is okay, but it's not as good as trading. Now his bishop sucks, admittedly. And I don't think it sucks any less on F8. But he doesn't seem to have an option, does he? He has to play this move. And now Queen C2. Too dogmatic. Though it's too late to really change path now. Now Knight H5. Alright, now it's a Tory attack, and that's fine. I think Iron Tigran would allow him to take here. Do we mind if he takes on G3? Because that pawn actually helps us control the dark squares. I think you can just go here, try to play Rook D5. If he takes this, we're happy. You know, I think we're much better. That's fine. Yeah, he can go to F4, and he might be better off going to F4. But you have to keep in mind something here. I think you should probably chop him if he goes to F4. You know, if he does this, you play King H2, you're ready to oust him with G3. If he plays, like, if he insists on playing, I don't know, Queen C8, well, anyway, he's hanging his E5 pawn. So you can kick him out with G3. He can't stop it. You know, it's eventually you're going to kick him out anyway. And the best he can get is something like this again, you know, where he's just clearly worse for the rest of his life because of the bishop on F8. So what I want to recommend against is getting into a London type of thing where you do like bishop H2. Remember, if you play bishop H2, you really shouldn't be playing like G3. So don't do that. Now in the game looks like you traded on F4 anyway, but it didn't matter. You know, you probably could have saved the tempo here. That's a horrific move, right? Now he has like all of his pawns on the wrong color to make it even worse, and now you played H4. But I still think you should just chop. Don't even hesitate. You know, just take, and then the plan is King H2 and G3 if he takes with a knight. So H4, that's a little weird because this square looks a little weak. You know, you don't have control of H5. It might work out for you, but it seems a little weird. And now H5. Okay. So what'd you end up doing? You took, he takes with the knight, and you play G3 anyway. You kind of got what I wanted anyway, but I think I'd prefer your pawn to be back on H3 a little bit better. Ideally. But this is probably fine. He can always play g6 to defend his pawn on h5. It benefits him to have the pawns on light squares. Look, he has a way now of doing like g6 and bishop h6, where his bishop actually exists. It might even exist after h5 and g6. And it happens, right? Knight e3, g6, knight d5, queen f7, king g2. And, well, I don't understand why black, you know, wouldn't consider maybe playing bishop h6. Okay, it doesn't do a lot. What black really needs here is to play f5 somehow. But you've got too much control of e5. So he plays passively. Can he go for maybe bishop g7 and try to support f5? Knight c7 is lame, and it's weak, and black has 0 chances for more than a draw. Somehow he could get an f5. You know, maybe he'd have a chance. It looks like it might not be possible, though. Ultimately, because you have too much control here. On the other hand, it's kind of hard for you to do anything. But this is a bad move. Knight c7. Take, take. Now I see your knight on f3 wants to improve itself. But maybe you should avail yourself. You should at least consider the possibility here of clamping to d5. This is double-edged because you might allow him to play like c4. So here he can play c4. And he really should, because if he plays c4, it's hard for you to attack the pawn a second time. If you go to f1, he has bishop c5. And then he trades on e3 and he equalizes. So I think you got to find another way to play this here more accurately. Problem is, like, queen b3 checks c4 anyway. Queen b5. It appears like he's just kind of hanging on, as far as hanging on to the pawn on c4, etc. Just about hanging on. So maybe we need to go back one more move here. Knight takes c7. I honestly, considered this. You need to consider everything. I mean, queen b3, c4 here. What happened in the game was a little risky because you lose control of c4, black could equalize. So it's really close. You could play a little quiet move like queen b3, and this might be the difference between having a lasting advantage and black getting an equal game. You don't want to lose control of the square. It's a very useful square. Oh, it's raining. It's raining. It's raining on my room. All right, get the bucket. That sucks. Be right back. It was raining, but it stopped. But it leaked in my room. All right. So anyway, you get the point. You could do this in a little bit of a different move order. Actually, queen b3 is a nasty move because you're threatening knight takes f6 check. And you're threatening queen takes b7. So he almost has to take. And you should just take back with the piece. And I would think less exchanges, the better. So my preference here is to go with rook takes d5. And white retains a lasting slight plus. So knight c7 reflexive. He has to play c4. He misses it. And now you get the knight there, and you get the knight e3, and you get knight d5. Yeah, he's like a day late. A day late and $1 short. Now he has one more chance to play c4. Man, he just keeps hesitating, in the critical moment. He really should play c4. Maybe the text move isn't so bad. You could play c4 yourself, dude. This could be pivotal. You just own d5. You kill him, kill his bishop. He'll never be able to trade off the bad bishop. He'll probably have to settle for like b4. And then you have d5 forever. It might be a draw, but I mean, you're better all the way. Like, you're never gonna... You're just gonna torture black. Okay, so knight d5. You're clearly better. He has to watch tactics. You should still, again, you should still play c4. Maybe b3 is also interesting. You can try to circumvent him. You know, if you play b3, for example, he might be less likely to play c4. But I think stopping it outright is probably the best thing to do. Stop it outright, and if he closes the position, then you go to the a file, for example, and you're clearly better. So, you didn't play the best there. Rook a1 isn't bad, and now f5. Yeah, I mean, this move is it's too late. It's too late. It's too late for him to go active. Again, c4 is very strong, but f3 is probably fine. And this is just air, nothing but air, rook a7, and you're winning. He has to play, well, like rook, yeah, he doesn't have a move. Well, he has a move, and that move is rook takes d5. I mean, this is the only chance. But it's too little too late. You know, rook takes d5, pawn d5, queen d5, rook d1, and you're winning. So he's lost now. He's lost. Yeah, nice. Knight versus bad bishop. It's straight out of the most destructive chess games ever played. Game over, man. He doesn't have any sort of compensation. I would want to try to... I don't like pawn takes f4 that much because you may be opening his bishop, but you want to try to trade, obviously, trade pieces as fast as possible. Looks like he was in time pressure. He is quick. Got to be careful. It's not enough, though. You're clearly winning here. You're up the exchange and a pawn. Should be no questions. Yeah, I mean, you deserve to win this game. You ended up dropping an exchange. And here, it looks like maybe objectively, you might even have a better way to play this. Like rook h3 or something. And that way your pawns won't get messed up. But okay, fine. He's got a threat. Yeah, I mean, this outside pawn is very strong. He doesn't want to trade. And this actually works now. So good on you for seeing rook takes h5, because that's been in the position for a while, but it never worked until now. Well, I don't know if I still don't know if it works actually. I'm not sure you're winning here now. Due to the fact that your rook isn't active. This could be a problem. I mean, who in the right mind plays king g6? Why king g6? This is the worst move on the board. I mean, I'm curious how you're going to win if he goes to a sensible square here. He has 2 minutes 34 seconds left. King g6 allows immediate transfer to what is probably a winning rook endgame. If he plays king h8 or king h6, your rook is so bad. And your king is in danger. Dude, seriously, how do you win after this? King h6. Apparently king h8 has a problem. Queen h2. Wow. Okay, so let's say king h6, queen, whatever. How is the computer making progress? Queen b6? Is there some queen f2? I don't understand. King h7. It's taking the pawn on b5. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I would never have the cojones to allow this thing. This is incredible that you're actually able to walk away. It's like a 3-car pileup on the freeway, head-on collision, and you just like walk out of the car without a scratch. King g3, and you're winning apparently. That's unbelievable. Yeah, I would never find that. But he's just blundering the trade of queens here. So this is, I know you don't have much time, but you have, good technique. You need to be able to win endgames like this. This is finished. The two connectors should win. So what happened? I don't know what he's thinking, moving his king around like that. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah. He's trying to win on time. It's really bad policy if you have increment. So, he was very close to a draw there. Because I don't know that you have the ability to allow that queen h1, rook g1 check and walk your king out. In real world, you might have to take the draw there, and he should be happy to get a draw from a lost position. Alright, next game, Sladgie. This one is late, but better than never. Apparently we're late. Sorry, I can't help you guys if you're chat banned. Gonna have to let me know with like some sort of like telepathic messages. Or find another method. Send me an email. Yeah, that's my kind of game. I mean, the King's Indian sort of strategies there. Okay, so Sladgie sent me this game. He played the Günzburg. Dude, you're Finnish, not Swedish. Wait, was Günzburg Swedish? No, I'm getting him confused with someone else. Günzburg, never mind. No, seriously. Was Günzburg Swedish? Maybe he was Swedish. Mr. Slow would know. But he definitely wasn't Finnish. So Sladgie playing the Günzburg variation. E4, E5, knight of 3, knight c6, knight c3, knight of 6, a3. So I started experimenting with that, and then I started experimenting with other moves, and like h3. This is new, very trendy. At the end of the day, White's best moves are probably bishop b5 and g3, because I think that d4 is sort of like dead. I mean, this is so analyzed to death. The 4-knight Scotch. This has been so deeply analyzed in every possible continuation. It's like there was this game at the World Senior last year, John Ems versus Shabalov. And I was just like thinking, like, I can't believe this is like, they played 35 moves and it was a dead draw like the whole way, I'm like, who's trying to win this game? It's like ridiculous. What was that? Dragonfly Hunter. Dragonfly Hunter subscribed with Prime. The hunter of dragons and flies. Dragonfly Hunter, what was I thinking about? Oh yeah. What's up? Former denizen of Harvard Square. So d4 is the end of chess. Analyzed to death. Bishop c4 is like a draw. So you've only got a few options left. Now they're down to h3. which I've been trying unsuccessfully. I think bishop b5 is always okay, and then this move, which is also lame, and that's it. And then you got g3. You know, I had a funny thought though. Let's check something out. I had a funny thought the other day. I was telling you guys about this game where Ivanov had hyperventilating and was freaking out after knight takes c4. But something occurred to me in my, at 4 o'clock in the morning when I was like having trouble going to sleep. I started to wonder this really strange thing, like, what if white doesn't take the knight here? I know this is a really crazy idea. It's like a Halloween gambit thing. And taking the knight is the main move. And of course black plays like d5 and e4 and gets compensation, all this crap. But what if you what I was wondering is, like, is there any way white could possibly I guess not, because if you just try to develop, I mean, I don't know what I was thinking. Queen e2. I mean, I suppose you might be able to play like Queen e2 or something and equalize. Just you gotta make sure sometimes, where you might be able to come up with something interesting, like bishop g2, knight takes c3, b takes c3. Here, like, does white have compensation for the sacrificed pawn, or is it just bullshit? No, it's bullshit. How about the other way? That's bullshit too. How about queen e2? That's bullshit too. Wow, so you really have to take it. So this reverse Halloween gambit, very few people play it, but it's according to Stockfish, it's fully sound. Anyway, all right. Yeah, well, that's what you get for thinking of stuff at like 4 o'clock in the morning. It didn't work. Not even close. Checkmate 944. Welcome. How strange, right? You might have to try it. Well, it's not like every day people play the Gleck variation against you. But anyways, all right. Here we're looking at Gunsberg a3. Black now plays d5. That's the main line. But, having said that, black has other options. You can always play d6. But if d6, maybe white changes tack and then plays d4. I've used that strategy. I thought of something else too. Here's my thing. If we play a6, g3 is always good. If we play a3, then g6 is always good. It's this sort of mirror image thing. It's like, if you start the game with like a3, then g6 is definitely a good response. If you play like, I don't know, e4, c5, and white plays a3, then g6 is always a good move. So by default, if we go e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, a3, then logically it would follow that g6 has to be a good move here, right? Oh wow, so g6, what? It's a great game. I studied a lot. What do you mean it's a great game? What's a great game? Chess? Nefedov is the expert on, he's been studying the four knights lately. But what about the gambit now? We can do the reverse thing, right? Knight takes e5. Then. This must be the point. It's all zeros. We have the extra move a3. Shockey's game. Oh. Shockey versus Beatles. Of course you have. So knight takes c5 is just a reverse of the other thing. With the extra move a3 might be useful. Knight c6, d5, and then black gives the piece back. If you don't give the piece back, you're worse. Bishop g7, d takes c6, b takes c6, and we get to draw land. This probably transposes to some kind of 4 knights, scotch. Well, anyway. It's hard to find new ideas, so we do what we can. Anyway, it looks like g6 is a good option for black. That is in fact the best scoring move. 107 games. Black actually has a very, very serious plus score there. That's not right. Black should not have a plus score in this position. Yeah, 95's been played a lot, in fact. Wow. Guys, that's crazy. Dude, look at that. 20 games with knight takes e5. Unbelievable. Johann Sebastian Christensen. All of these games are post 2000. So no surprise there. Gawain Jones, 2005. Scotch guy. But, you know, it's the exact same thing as Susari played against Ivanov with colors reversed. That's White's best move. White should not have a negative score here. At worst, White is equal. What's wrong with bishop c4? They can still do knight takes e4. That's slightly better for White, though. Okay. So good players don't play the Gunsberg variation. We've got d5. Now, bishop b5. Okay. So this is the main thing. Now, guys, I want to look at something here. This is like Nefedov style. Black plays knight takes e4. Shockey didn't play bishop b5, but I want to show you something. If he plays bishop b5 and black plays d4, can we sack a piece with knight takes e5? Again. Because I play the same thing with reverse colors, and it's kind of interesting. There's this one line where I can sack a piece for 3 pawns. Let's see what Stockfish says. Here. Queen e6. This is a mirror image. And now knight to c4. And now queen c5. And so now we play knight d5. I was looking at the exact same thing yesterday with colors reversed. Knight takes d5. You guys want to see something cool? Move 11, thanks. You ready? E takes d5. Queen takes b5. Queen e2 check. King d8. And, yeah, typical position, right? White is a little bit better. I analyze this with reverse colors, so I'm just turning it around. I never looked at this exact position. But anyway, this is a neat idea, you know. And the shocking thing is there's no games where this has been played. That's really unbelievable. Really unbelievable. In the reverse color position, there's also this b4 move, but it allows Nefedov's favorite maneuver in the Schliemann, queen g5, which I would recommend you don't allow this. This gives black serious chances. So it's really important that white does this other move. Knight d5. It looks like white's losing a piece after knight takes d5. But his best move is queen takes d5, queen e2 check. Let's see. Bishop e6. I don't know if this a3 will hurt us somehow. If a3 ends up being a negative, then we have a problem. Castles. Queenside castles. Bishop takes c6. Queen takes c6. Is this a3 somehow turning out to be a negative move for white? d3. Rook e8. Rook e1. Here it's useful that it stops bishop b4. Bishop c5. I mean, if your opponent is a computer, you might be in trouble. I don't recommend playing this line. if your opponent is a computer, or Nefedov, either. Don't play it against Nefedov or a computer, or even Mr. Slow for that matter. All right, anyway. So Shockey plays the other line, e takes d5. Notice that this line has a very bad score. I don't know why it's so bad. No, probably just like good players generally don't play it. I had this game, a Nefedov, right? We had the Nefedov. What did I do? Bishop c4, which is really bad. Yeah, that was my Nefedov game. I don't know if Shockey saw that, or which game came first. Move 11, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Dose Vain Glory. But bishop c4 doesn't work. And Nefedov even has like knight f4 there, I think. I did not take... What? What do you mean I did not take on e5? Of course I didn't take on e5. What are you talking about? Of course I didn't take on e5. This is a draw line. It's a reverse thing. Oh, so Shockey just played this like... People do it with black, with reverse position. I played bishop c4 against you, Nefedov, and it's bad. But the proper move is bishop b5, it looks like. Is there anything wrong with bishop b5? Why is white's score so bad? You know? Knight takes c3, b takes c. That's ridiculous. Someone won with d takes c. Okay. Wolfgang Richter, nice job. Losing with black in this position? You know, drop by Richter's house and tell him that he needs to change his name, Mr. Slow, because that's embarrassing to lose this position with black. I mean, bro. I don't know if that's correspondence. It'd be even worse than correspondence chess. You have to take back with the b pawn. Now bishop d6. I'm not really understanding how white has a negative score in this position. I'm sorry. I mean, you're playing black in like the most drawish variation of all time. Except you played the move a3. Is a3 hurting white really bad? In the real world, this is like equal. You know, I don't understand white has a bad score. Alright, anyway. Back to reality. So Shockey played this tricky move, knight takes c5. I mean, it's a liquidation. It's a way of playing for a draw. It's supposed to be a way of playing for a draw. But I don't know if the guy, you know, this guy was, I don't know him at all. He played on Schieberspieler's team in the Hungarian team championship for a while. I never met him. But when black does this, the point is to get a draw, you know, obviously. Here you have the extra move a3. Well, unfortunately, that doesn't change much. It's still a draw. So how does black lose? All right. So there's two moves, knight takes c5, knight takes c3. They're both draws. Plays knight takes c5. Shockey plays queen e2. I would pause to consider the possibility of queen h5. Yeah, I was wondering. Is queen h5 possible? What's the difference between queen h5 and the text move? Oh no, the smothered mate. Double check. I forgot about double check, my bad. Alright, let's double check. So you have to play queen e2. That answers that question. And it's a big fat draw. Nepomniachtchi Grishuk. Nepomniachtchi always with the sharpest lines. Yeah, I mean, sometimes these guys, they just want to take a day off or something, like anybody else. It's not like Nepomniachtchi is trying to win. He just wants a day off or a round off or whatever have you. Both Nepomniachtchi and Grishuk, you know, they know this is a draw. Somebody might make a mistake, but basically it's a day off, right? So bishop d6, knight takes d5, castles. Now, why did we leave Nepomniachtchi Grishuk? Because they already agreed to a draw? There's also Wei Yi Firouzja. Someone played f6. So it looks like bishop d6 already is a mistake. Wow. Someone didn't know their stuff. You can't blame the guy because it seems like weakening to play f6. But someone else played bishop e7. Firouzja played bishop e7, allowing queen takes e5 and going a pawn down, dude. Damn. That's ballsy. This is Wei Yi versus Firouzja. Firouzja sacrificing a pawn with black. Queen takes e5. Knight takes c3. And now really chicken shit response. D takes c3, the lamest possible recapture, but the safest. Wow. It's best. It is best. Dude, Firouzja messed this up. D takes c3, castles, and white is a clear pawn up according to the engine. Okay, it's not so easy, but white immediately made a mistake, it looks like. Wei Yi should have played bishop e3. What's up, Mule Skinner? Not so easy, man. Even super grandmasters can't find the absolute best moves consistently. But we're learning something very interesting here. What does that tell us? That this f6 is the only good move? And only Grishuk knows that? I mean, who would you trust? Firouzja or Grishuk? Just, you know, Beatles 21, Firouzja, Grishuk, Moritz, whatever, and Domingue Lee. I'm going with Grishuk, definitely. Right? Okay, f6. Now white has to play d4. And now knight takes c3, b takes c. So something tells me Grishuk knows what he's doing. And here's another move. Queen d5 or queen e7. Queen d5 is more active. So queen d5. Wow, this is weird. Are we going to play bishop e2, castle queenside, and let that black queen in on a2 or something with white? Nepomniachtchi here played bishop e2. This is really radical. Dude, you could play f4. Wow, what a position. But is there a problem here? Does Grishuk like have a threat of queen a5 or queen c6 or something? This is a fascinating position, man. This is really crazy, dude. You know, Shaki's kind of smart to play this. It looks like even the strong players are making mistakes for both sides. You should take the knight. And it's like a totally equal position after queen takes e5. And this other guy played it right till he didn't. Bishop f4. Queen takes e2 check, bishop takes e2, draw. If anything, black's a tiny bit better, but c6 isn't that desirable. So anyway, okay, interesting stuff, Shlagi. Your opponent played bishop d6. This may be okay. It may be okay. Bishop d6, knight takes d. So he's following this other game. Castles. This is totally new. d4. Okay, there's the one game there. Well, there's no way that... What is that, a correspondence game? Wow. Basel Christmas Open 2022. This guy's a real person. And he finds bishop c5 over the board. Wow. Apparently knight g4 is even stronger. What an interesting line. I thought that would be a correspondence game. I hate to use just the engine here, but I mean this is a very tactical situation. I don't want to second guess. I mean this is opening analysis. So Shlagi plays knight takes d5 castles. You don't have to play d4, Shlagi. You can play knight e3. This move would invite f5, f4 though, obviously. So d4. What about like bishop g4? Damn, that's crazy. How about that for crazy? This is like a simul game. I'm surprised that... Oh, this isn't your game. My bad. Okay. But anyway. Oh, this did happen. Are you serious? Oh shit, the guy did that. Of course he did that. I would have done that. Wow. So Moritz Schiegmund or whatever found this guy I've never heard of. He found bishop c5. 2417 Swiss guy finds bishop c5. And apparently knight g4 is the second best, or maybe the best move. But you can't blame Beatles21 for playing bishop g4, which looks totally natural. You're next, Mule Skinner. Wow, what an interesting position. So f3, black now played bishop takes f3. Yeah, why doesn't he do knight takes? That's check. Knight takes f3 check, g takes f, rook e8, bishop e3. Morphy would have loved this. Bishop h5. And white is up a piece. Morphy or Korchnoi. Morphy black, Korchnoi white. So here, Weisschnitzel should have played maybe even the new move knight g4. Although taking on h2 is kind of crazy. Wow. And black is not down. He has to sacrifice only a pawn, man. I mean, yeah. But to find this bishop c5 move, wow. So what happened in the game? Bishop e3. And this is Basel, Switzerland, Christmas Open 2022, apparently. Wasn't everyone on COVID lockdown or something? 2022, we're already finished COVID? Maybe it was the Basel Christmas Swiss Open online edition, and Moritz had the engine going, or something like that. Queen takes d5. Yeah, both sides were playing like it was a correspondence game. Queen b5 draw. Queen b5, I offer a draw. That's weird too. The whole thing is weird. Two players I've never heard of. Switzerland, where everyone's overrated. During COVID, practically. Yeah, I don't know, man. This game is really sketch. And why a draw suddenly in such a weird position? They must be like friends or something. Alright, anyway. So the dude played a natural looking move here. The knight sacrifice looks more interesting. He sacrifices the bishop, so he has the check on h4. Now is queen f2? Does that like doesn't look good because the knight takes f3 check and a lot of good fun stuff, but we still need to look at it, right? We can't like reject queen f2 out of hand because you have blockers. You have king d1. Ah, yeah. Check, king e2. This is already too much. Alright, no. You can't play queen f2. He has to go. You have to go here. Take the guy with check, queen d2. And it's like kind of like, okay, aggressive player. He didn't calculate. He's playing on intuition, and now he's down a piece. Jacques says what? This was one of the more interesting openings I've seen in a long time. January 2024. Oh, okay. So it's not that recent. Queen c5? Not this game. What are you talking about? What was January 2024? Oh, you played bishop e5 against Nefedov. That was your game. Wow. Queen h6. Oh, no. What a beautiful move. So black just missed queen h6. Yeah. It's queen h6 and bishop d3. Wow. And there's like no checks. It's not bishop d3. Wow. Because of f5. Oh, okay. So that's another problem. Like he might have even seen bishop d3 and be like, oh, f5. And then bishop e2 check. Like, for example, bishop d3. He could even see that and say, well, f5, bishop check, and I can interpose a piece on e5, and I'm still okay. He has to also foresee this. Oh, no. That's kind of a problem, dude. He has a defense. But you just take with the bishop, right? Oh, man. He gets another check. And now he can play queen f5. But it doesn't save him. Look, man, no more checks. Here. Here. Oh, no, bishop e5 check. Damn, dude. That was beautiful. Wow. And he reported you for that game, right? Alright, anyway, that was fun, man. Great stuff. I'm gonna have to try that, even though it's not really dangerous. It's confusing, you know? The best thing about this move is how confusing it is for both sides. What happens when they take on c3 first? This is like boring land. Knight takes c6, knight takes d1, knight takes d8, knight takes f2. I feel like I had this against somebody. I feel like I had this myself. Maybe it was a like offhand game. I definitely feel like I had this. Check. Not this far though. Now where do we put the king? Oh, the king must go to f3. Not g3, f3. Alright. Very interesting stuff. I still have to do Mr. Slow's game. Geller versus Mecking. This is our feature game. And then I'm going to do Mule Skinner. Nafidov and Yabatis. We'll be right back. Just a minute. Just 1 minute. We'll be right back. There's a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Thanks, guys, for supporting the stream. Be right back. Shit. All right. Sorry, just panic selling on my US dollars. Please, I'm not licensed to give financial advice, but get rid of your dollars now. I'm just really happy about the Trump administration. US credit rating degraded by Moody's. US Treasuries now. It's a fucking economic nightmare. Definitely probably want to sell your US dollars before it's too late. Alright, anyway. In other news, Bitcoin is at all-time high. That's our economic focus for today. Sell US dollars while you still can. So, I don't want to start a panic, but Donald Trump is president of the United States. Alright, anyway. This is Geller versus Enrique Mecking. It's a Liz Truss moment. This is Donald Trump's Liz Truss moment. Nafidov. We all have our Liz... No, we don't. But some people have their Liz Truss moments. Anyway. Alright. This is a great featured game. I've always been curious about the English spelling of Cyrillic names. Yefim, the phonetic. Great game. Okay, this was played in Palma in 1970. So Mecking's still alive, last I heard, but he made a brief, he briefly came back. He was playing online years ago, like 20 years ago. He's still alive as far as I know. He tried to kind of come back after a massive Fisher-like layoff where he became like he was like totally a hermit. I guess he's real religious. He's Brazilian. He's, I guess, I don't know what's up there. There's a lot of evangelical stuff there, and Catholicism and Catholicism, whatever. But anyway, he was real religious. He's an enigma, is what Mecking was, an enigma. And Geller was Geller. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, and now knight f6, castle, black plays bishop e7, so it's a mainline Spanish. White plays rook e1. I'm afraid of the Marshall, to be honest. I don't know about you guys. Since you asked for it, is that... What is that? My Cyrillic it died. Can you translate? Long live North Korea. What does that say? B5. In these days, in 1970, oh dude, Mule Skinner's turning into like a little kid. Damn, Mule Skinner. Is my game next? You are next, yeah. That's the other Enrique. B5. Is that Mecking in Russian? Costa? I see the Costa. Yes, your game against me on Tuesday was a little gem. Oh, Mule Skinner. Uh-oh. Ooh. There's a little salt. Do you taste the salt in the air? So anyway, I would be concerned about the Marshall these days. But in those days, the Marshall wasn't considered so kosher. as it is today. It wasn't considered quite the threat it is today, or as legit as it is today. d6, c3, castles, h3, and now Chigorin variation with knight a5. Bishop c2, we've got mainline, c5, d4, and then what I would call the classical kind of mainline, queen c7. This was what I always long thought was the main line of the Chigorin variation. You know, Geller could play black in the Royal Pez as well. Alright. So, you know, the other thing that black can do is knight d7. Nefyadov's old friend, I think Artur Frolov, played that when we played in a tournament. Not against me, against someone else. Against Bibi Sara. This was like Bibi Sara Frolov. Queen c7. Main line, knight on bd2. And then black plays knight to c6. But I mean, so many great players have played the black side of this. Kyrgyz being one of the main ones. Kyrgyz died in 1970, didn't he? Rook d8. Bishop d7. It's hard to say what the best move is for black. But frankly, you know, rook e8. Frankly, this knight c6 feels a little bit, it's old school, right? This is, Kyrgyz technically died in 2 cities. Oof. If you die in Budapest, do you die in 2 cities? That's not easy to do, Spectacular Camel. You die, you get resuscitated, and you die again? Or like a zombie or something. It's better than what happened to Leonid Stein, where he got like injected with, like some Soviet era nurse like mistakenly injected him with like air, and they killed him, and it was all like a cover up, and the nurse got sent to like Siberia and shit. That's what I heard happened to Leonid Stein. Alright, anyway, knight c6, d5. And now normally black plays knight d8. That's like the iconic Alms. Do you guys remember Alms used to come to the tournaments in my stream? What's up, Thomas Strenson? This is the old school. We hunker down, knights on d8, e8. We play f6, knight f7, g6, knight g7, and we sit there like Keresh. No, Keresh is to look for. But it would be pronounced like Esh. Keresh means to look for something. It's a verb. Kereshni. No, a lot of people play knight d8, but it's passive. But I think knight c6 is passive. So anyway, knight to other square, a5, back to a5. This is concerning how few games there are here. I guess white is just clearly better. You know what just occurred to me? I've seen this game, Mr. Slow. That's what just occurred to me. I've seen this game before when I was looking through Geller's games. Yeah, it's in his book, right? I have a book of Geller's games somewhere. How do I have a book of Geller's games? That's what I don't remember. I forget now. Somewhere I had a book of Gellert games. I think this is in there. But anyway, yeah, meching gets destroyed in this game. Yeah, application of chess theory. Yeah. Yeah, it was published under different titles. I guess that one. That's what it's published under in English. B3, bishop d7, knight f1, knight b7, knight g3. That's funny, there's a Bela Lengel game here from 1987. I used to play these in Blitz. I used to play this type of shit in Blitz against Lengel Bela, who used to live like down the street from me before he died. Yeah, Lengel Bela has a couple of games here. Look at that. It's like the Lengel Bela variation. I remember against Bela, I was playing like G4, and he like handed me my head. Now I know why. He had already beaten Ach and some Chinese guy in 1997. Well, our Blitz games were around our Blitz games were around between these two games. I remember trying to play G4 against Bela. Seriously. I mean, Fischer used a very similar setup. So White has to be careful about playing G4 too early, or you get like cleaved with H5. It's not clear like whose king is getting messed up worse. But Bela was very experienced. Anyway, the line doesn't have the greatest reputation for black, I guess. So knight g3, g6 normally. With g6, what's our plan for black? To play knight e8. Anyway, we can still do the knight e8, knight g7, and we can even still do the knight d8, knight f7. But black would like to play c4. See, Mecking wants his knight to be more active. With knight on c5. But the problem is, if you play c4, well, you can play b4. And what happens in the game is, spoiler alert, c4, b4, a5 at first glance seems like it's good for black, because you'll be able to like trade toward the center or whatever. But Gellert just like doesn't care. And black has a protected passed pawn on c4, but nobody cares, you know. And the knight is just like death on b7. So this is the normal move, I guess. White has like all different options. I'm not sure bishop h6 is always good. There's Bela. The dude liked this variation. But a knight h2 is also a typical move. Damn, dude. Someone liked this variation. So anyway, but c4. So c4 is different and unusual. So that's funny. Lengel Bela played it against Shinya Kojima in 2012. The Japanese guy. He's probably an IM. This is around the time when I stopped playing to play poker a lot. The guy's pretty good though, the Japanese Kojima. That's funny. Isn't there a director with the same exact name? Like a film director, a Japanese film director. Maybe his first name's different. It's something Kojima. I guess Kojima is fairly common. There was also a Hungarian grandmaster named Lengel Levente, who was stronger than Bela. Bela was just an IM, but Levente Lengel was a GM. Not a very strong GM, but a GM. It's not to be confused. These names are confusing. So b4, and now black's in trouble. So, as we can see here, everyone else played a5. Well, I mean, white. It's like white has a penalty kick on the king side. You know, it's like a soccer game. We have a free penalty kick on the king side. You know, either we win or it's a draw. I guess. You know, you either hit the penalty kick or you don't. It's possible you shoot an own goal if you're really bad. But yeah, that's the way I always thought of these positions. It's passive for black, um, and white has a free shot on the king side. But why would why would you know, Black king play rook f c8? Because he wants his knight to come back without blocking the rook out. I mean, is rook f c8 really worse than a5? Because I'm not sure white really wants to play a4. Well, I mean, I guess Kojima and Yoshihari Habu are probably IMs. I don't know if Habu became an IM or not, but that would be my guess. He is a good player, but Shogi Don or whatever, he was like basically the world champion of Shogi at one point. Rook f c8. Yeah, so a5. But what I'm not getting here is, like, if black plays a5, do we just want to go here in a3? That's what I thought. That's what Kojima did. Do you... You know... We still have a free kick on the king side. But apparently there's people who do other stuff. But no one really strong here. Well, Cabrillo. I don't know about this Theo Schmidt guy. Cabrillo. Pavli Orlov. That's like a tournament I played in, almost. Around the same time. This was played at the Belgrade Chess Federation. Cabrillo versus Orlov. A4. But do you want to do that? Do you really want to introduce play on the queen side? White has 2 wins here. After b takes a4. It's interesting. So anyway, rook f c8. And now knight f5. If you take... Black has, like, no active counterplay. You know what's funny about this game? It's real similar to a training game I had with one of my students. There's a funny structure. Sometimes white will even like stick the bishop on e4. Move 11 did that against me once. Spectacular Camel is secretly Japanese. Bishop f8, knight h2, a5, and now rook e3. And this is a neat attacking move. But it's more than that, right? It's preparatory in case this guy decides to push his pawn to c3. The rook at e3 helps there too, even defending the a3 pawn. This is a really cool idea. A takes b4, c takes b4, protected past pawn, by the way. But if you push this, it's very dangerous. There was some game I saw where, like, Nesbedinov did. He did something like this with black, got away with it. But if you push the pawn, man, that's the end of your protected past pawn. They have 3 IMs, Rybka, Stockfish, and Fritz. Fritz was imported. So bishop takes f5, e takes f5. So see, black messes up white's structure. If there was only some way that black could attack the pawn at d5, right? Like queen b7 or something. If I could attack the pawn at d5, then the whole situation would be very different. But black is destroyed by that knight on b7. So what about like knight d8? It's too slow, isn't it? Because my idea, of course, the very deep queen b7. I mean, white could always just play knight g4, and that's the end of black's counterplay against d5. Now, good luck on getting more pressure on d5. So anyway, Mat King is in bad trouble. Plays c3. This is like desperation. He gets access to the c4 square. That's another way of attacking d5, right? So knight g4, and that means that any queen c4 whatever is meaningless now. Plus we have bb3. So bishop e7, knight f6 check, bishop takes f, and then rook e4. So how's your knight doing? And how's your bad bishop? I always thought Nefedov has a little bit of Geller in him. They're both from Ukraine. They both are incredibly computer-like strength. They both like the two bishops. Classical openings. Black cannot do anything. He's like completely paralyzed. And that knight's only other square was f7. But you can't go to f7 if there's a bishop on f6. So now you have two problems. This is just positionally lost for black. Queen d7, hitting f5, queen f3, defending said pawn, rook c7, h4. Queen e7, g3. Ugh. This is not going to get any better. Knight d8. So where exactly is he going from d8? Yeah, actually, Mr. Slow, I thought about including this game in a video series I did, but it was so one-sided that I couldn't put it in, It's just too brutal. It was too brutal to even consider, It's still worthwhile seeing the game, but to include it in like a series or something, I mean, this like poor guy, like there's nothing he could do. It's hard to believe he became a candidate after playing this game. a3, rook on cc8. Here, black's paralyzed, can't move his pieces. He's moving back and forth. This is so sick, man. Rook b3, there's nothing you can do. Now we're just like toying with him. Now black has to consider the serious f6, knight f7. I remember this. Now white's surrounding the c3 pawn. But do you really want to take it and give black all that counterplay? Bishop f6, nice try. Just kidding. Rook e4, bishop e7, g4 here. Now finally the last hope. Do you really want to take this pawn? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to take the pawn on c3? It's going to give black unlimited activity. Knight f7, and he takes it. Alright, here. And now bishop e4. Can you see a lot of counterplay here for black? Bishop d8. Now that's a nice idea. If only Mat King could get his bishop out to b6, then his knight would have a square. I don't think I looked at this far. Rook c4, rook c4, rook c4, rook c3, bishop b6, and then just rook c4, bishop takes c4. Sorry, b takes c4. And then he got his bishop out there, and it still doesn't matter. Because what's one bishop going to do to white? The rest of black's pieces are dead. g5, takes, bishop d8, queen h5, c3, bishop e3. Oh no, this pawn can't go anywhere. Ugh. Yeah, this is horrible. Ugh. Horrible. Can't watch anymore. Yeah, that's how not to play the black side of the Roy Lopez. It's a bad variation for black, and Bela insisted on playing it. But honestly, it looks like this c4 is just not good at all. You know, like, this is not a good plan. So black just has to suck it up and try to play g6. If you're going to play this line, you have to try to play g6. And, you know, do the kind of standard thing with your knights like that. I had trouble breaking through, you know. I had a whole bunch of blitz games with Langell. And it was always the same thing. It's like a frustrating sort of fortress. It's hard to break through because your only break is like f4. And it's sort of attacking the strong point on e5. Openings for another game. You guys keep sending the games in really late. Everybody sent me the games today. Yeah, we have room for one last game. All right, I got Bagsy, Thomas Trainson. Dude, another guy sending a simul against the same guy. Why is everybody saying me they're simul guy in games against this guy? Okay, get PGN. Ooh, that's not good. Why does this look like this? How do I make this go away? All right. View on lichess. All right. Yeah. Wow. Perfect game. You beat him with one inaccuracy, dude. Ouch. That's a bit much. All right. I can't pick up the game. That's really annoying. How am I supposed to get this game? Study. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thanks, guys. Alright, view on lichess. So Mule Skinner is here. Is it Mule Skinner's turn yet? And I had to close the window because it's raining and it's like 100% humidity here. It's horrible. I love living on the roof. Guys, next month, well, in a few weeks, the air conditioning is going to be installed. Hopefully. I've had this apartment for like 15 years, and we've never had upstairs air conditioning, just in the downstairs. This would be like a miracle. Some of you have seen me suffer, not last year, but the year before, for example, suffering through the summer here. I would normally have left if I could. Summers are very unpleasant here in Budapest, in the city. Alright. So we've got Mule Skinner, Nefyadov, Yabatis, Bagsimos, Thomas Trainson. That's a lot of games. We've been spending too much time on the early games. I can't believe I've only done 4 games. That's crazy. Gotta speed this process up a little bit. Whew. No air in here. Alright. Sell your dollars. Buy Bitcoin. Although Bitcoin, I don't know. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just saying Bitcoin is at its highest. Maybe not a good time to buy. But, you know, in general, I think Bitcoin is a good investment. The US dollar is shaky. But who knows? All right. Just remember who's president of the United States. Treasuries are going crazy. Bonds are collapsing. All right, Mule Skinner with white. E4, C6, D4, D5, E takes C5, C takes D5, C4, Knight F6, Knight C3. You know, Mule Skinner, I always thought it was weird that you played the Panov against the Caro-Kann, because all your other openings are like very closed. Grand Prix attack. I've mentioned this before. Grand Prix attack. Mule Skinner, what now? I don't know what you're talking about now. Could we examine the piece sack with queen c5 check? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Would you like to enlighten me? Maybe you would like to tell me. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know how this can be played, you know, objectively for a win. I think one interesting move here for white is a3. I've been thinking about. Because I'm desperate, you know. I'm desperate. Of course, black can play g6 there. I played bishop g5 a lot. I like bishop g5. I prefer bishop g5. And after this, bishop g4. Black also has g6, of course. After this, now, you might consider the alternative of playing bishop b5. Yeah, I haven't seen the game. You just sent it to me, so I don't know how I would know about the p-sac. All right, what do we get? Flopic has followed. Thomas Wrightson resubscribed for 30 months. Hooray, subbed again. 30 months total. Flopic. Or Flopitch. So I think this is a good place to, unless you want to draw, a good place to deviate with maybe bishop b5. Your other option is to play c takes d. And I think this deserves consideration too. Play c takes d, and on knight takes, knight f3, bishop g4, we would transpose. So maybe you can try a different move here. Queen b3, I've never seen anyone do that. Interesting idea. So bishop c4, and if bishop e6, can we play anything interesting? Not really. I just don't know, man. I mean, I just don't think we can get an advantage with it. I don't think we can get an advantage with the Panov. It's a problem. I've been playing it a lot. So we'll see. Knight f3, bishop g4, c takes d5, knight takes d5, queen b3. Bishop takes f3, g takes f3. Now black has to play e6. The other line is inferior. Knight b6 is inferior. E6. Queen takes b7. Knight takes d4. Bishop b5 check. Knight takes b5. So queen c6 check, I guess, is more accurate. King e7. Yeah, now this queen c5 check business. There was a game that I saw a long time ago that didn't end well for white. Wonder if it was this line. Not recognizing, no. Not recognizing this. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah. So, no, Nefedov. Mule Skinner. I saw this game. So there's a game where this went very wrong for white. The Ryazantsev versus Yakovenko. I noted that back in 2017. let's see. Now, you can see there's a game from 2016, and there's some more recent games where white won a bunch of them. But I'd imagine that people might have missed this. But Yakovenko is not your average bear, you know. So, Ryazantsev lost this. What happened? So, let's see. Was it knight d6? No. It was not. What did he play? King e8? Yeah. So what's the point? So now the point is black can't castle. Does it matter? Now we play queen takes b5 check. Queen d7. Well, it's very dangerous for white because Yakovenko managed to lose with white. Let's see how that happened. Knight takes d5. This is kind of embarrassing. Knight takes d5. E takes d5. One game with queen e2 that was a draw. But it appears that the best move is queen d3. So the point is that black's king now can't castle. But in many lines, like the king typically goes to f7 anyway. Yeah, so queen d3. Now the bishop e4 check was played in a bunch of games, but what's the point of bishop e4 check? It's not like we're going to castle, you know, so we don't need to move the bishop to play f6 and king f7. The bishop might actually be useful, like protecting g7. So I'm thinking we go with f6 here. I'm not that sold on the whole bishop e4 check thing, like what that does exactly. So white castled, and black played a stupid move here, rook d8. So this has never been played before. Bishop f4, g5. Yeah, I mean, white has a small technical edge. It's a new wrinkle. But it's interesting that no one defended what looks like, you know, the best way. They all played bishop e4 check. I think it's partly because that's what you do in the normal variation. But from my perspective, it doesn't make sense anymore, you know. How does bishop e4 check benefit us if we're not even going to castle, you know? So I think this is clearly more logical. And immediately this dude went wrong. He played rook d8. What is rook d8 about? Like, why play rook d8? I don't understand. Do not understand that move. Okay, white might attack our pawn. Let's see. But let's play king f7 first. If white decides to play rook d1, attacking our pawn, you know, in IQP positions, it's not best strategy to, like, passively defend anyway. Yeah. So computer just plays bishop c5. Doesn't fucking care. Bishop c5. What are you going to do? Take this. Check. Takes. Takes. It's a draw. It's still probably a draw. Very, very hard for black to win this position. Especially because f2 is weak and white's kingside is messed up. And there's 3 open files. Like, how are you going to prevent black from... Yeah, I'm skeptical. But, yeah, I agree. Like, it's tricky and people are going to make mistakes. And they did in a bunch of games. Alright, so you didn't do that. You did queen takes b5. Yeah, I agree. Like, queen c5... Well, there's another move. There's this knight d6. Let's take a look at that. This is the computer's move. Van Forest, he's like Mr. Opening Analysis. So this is a piece sacrifice. Wow, people have played King D7. Oh my god. E takes D5 check. Castles. And black has to be very careful. But, you know, when you look at the list of players here, the problem is none of the players of black are very good. Not like top tier players. There's no top tier players in this list at all. Well, the first problem is that no one good with white is going to play this variation. You know, okay, Van Forest against another. They're not going to play it against anybody weaker because they'd be afraid of a draw. Van Forest can play it against Vincent Kamer, but if he was playing someone lower rated, there's no way he would risk this. You know, it's too likely to end in a draw. You can play it against another grandmaster. Yeah, I'm skeptical, but anyway, okay. Queen takes b5. I agree. It's probably better to play Queen c5 check. It's at least an interesting try. There's also Queen d6. Here, black actually won a game. Pranav V. That's very familiar. It sounds like someone who probably beat me. Knight takes d5, e takes d, queen takes b5. So similar to the normal line. But yeah, this looks sketchy for black. Black's king isn't quite safe. So that's definitely interesting. Okay. Well, here we go back into, you're playing just the main line now. Oh, it's a draw. Okay. So black played knight c6, so he didn't know that he's supposed to play knight queen d7 on Enrique. Queen d7 is usually played. So this is a mistake, like a slight mistake. Black, I've never played knight takes c3, so I don't know. It looks like there's a million draws with rook b8. But it's funny that black has a plus score after rook b8. What are they, like all correspondence games? I mean, I don't see how white could lose here. It's unbelievable. White actually lost like 3 games from this position. That's really retarded. Alright, queen d5. You traded queens, but now you've got nothing if you trade queens. Because you have the worst structure. In this position, you know, this is always thought to be better for white because you have the queenside majority here. Put the bishop on e3 and you have a queenside majority. Hertan used to claim that white was slightly better. He liked to play this with white, but objectively, it's almost always a draw. But the way you played it, now you have isolated pawns all over the place, you know, so I don't think realistically you have much. This rook b1 though is something. So black will put the king on where? On e6. You should play king e6. I've played with black, you know, in these type of lines. King f6 gets in the way of king f6 is vulnerable to checks. It can get, well, it can block the bishop if the bishop stays on like e7, you know. This is kind of a weird move. I mean, if you think about it, bishop might come here. I understand that white could check you on the e file, but in any case you're usually going to f5. So this is kind of weird. king e2. I mean, I don't know what to do with white. I mean, you want to play rook b7? You want to play maybe rook g1? Bishop e3, just to put the bishop on d4. That looks good. I like bishop e3. So, this was played. But king e2 is new. King e2 isn't great. Bishop e3 is better. So I'm not surprised that black maybe lost this game. The Romanian Women's Championship. I mean, I'm sure that black can lose. It depends. If you're over 2400, like, it's unlikely. King e2 is certainly safe. Yeah, he stopped you. That liability didn't give you time to play like rook b7. It's probably a draw in most cases. Wow. So what's black supposed to do now? He's like obsessed with not taking on e3, right? But he has to. I mean, he should. d4 is insane. d4, he's just losing a pawn, and it's a passed pawn. So now it's going to be very hard for black. You know, hopefully he can get some counterplay, because your king side is isolated. But yeah, I mean, this is looking really bad. I like just simply taking on e3 because he has pressure against the c3 pawn. It's going to be very hard for you to do anything. It doesn't matter that much that he fixed your pawns, you know. You didn't take the pawn. You should have taken the pawn. I mean, it's a hard decision. Your bishop looks really bad, man. You know, I probably would have taken with the bishop too. I mean, this honestly, this looks really grotesque. This bishop on d4. But yeah, you have some threats, like when he goes here. Problem is his king isn't safe. Yeah, at first glance, this looks like the right decision, because you're going to have a really ugly bishop on e3. But he has to defend carefully. It looks like this is bad because of a4, a5. So he should put his bishop on d6. And then, you know, you might be able to play d5 later, and your bishop's still active. Yeah. His idea to play d4 was terrible. You know, there's absolutely no reason to do that. You know, only you can win now. That's annoying. Okay, draw. So there's some interesting stuff. I mean, the queen c5, yeah, I had only seen that one game. So, you know, people are getting more scientific. But the obvious advantage here is that your move, you know, I don't think that anyone ever realized you could play this before computers got really strong. It looks like way to sacrificing a piece, you know. So the main point is that this is a plausible piece sacrifice. Yeah, but I wouldn't like lose too much sleep over it as black. You just have to know what you're doing. Okay, interesting game. Thanks for the info. Nefidov against Magic Chess by. Uh-oh, is this a simul? No. 3+2. This is Nefidov Blitz. Blitzing. Bishop takes d4 looks odd. Why would you exchange pieces if you're pressing? Well, from that perspective, yes. But as I'm saying, like, a bishop on e3 with pawns at d4 and f2 is a pawn, not a bishop, you know. But ultimately, it does have a special, unique situation. White has access to g5. You can play a4, a5, drive the bishop off b6. So if you analyze a little deeper, the bishop doesn't have to stay a pawn forever on e3. Yeah. Yeah. The other thing is if you're trying to win, you don't really want a rook endgame. But bishops aren't great either. You really want a knight on the board if you're up a pawn. So this is Nefedov Gligorich variation. His favorite exchange. So at this point, normally, when I'm black and white plays this, I want to vomit. No, I think it seemed okay what you did, but all rooking games are draws. Yeah. I mean, it's easy to see what the computer said, be like, oh, well, yeah, and talk yourself into it. So, occasionally I've played b takes c. I think that move deserves more. It deserves to be played more, and deserves to be analyzed more. It's not that bad for black, especially against Nefedov. Oh no, Kamsky, Magnus Carlsen. Did you teach Kamsky how to play the exchange variation? D takes c. I'll sometimes play exchange variation, but if I do weird stuff. Like I'll do knight c3 or queen e2. Actually, Nefedov, I played this for the first time in a long time. Your variation against somebody the other day, and they played. What did they play? Well, they played bishop d6, I guess. I had this, like we had, where I was white, and we had the same variation. E takes d4, queen takes d4. Then my opponent, I did f6 against you in a couple of games. My opponent did something bizarre later on and messed it up. But honestly, bishop g4 remains slightly annoying variation. So f6 is main line, d4, and what else? E takes d4, knight takes d4. Now, I think I tried to play this against Nefedov once or twice with black, but I don't really know what I'm doing. Of course, most famous example of this is from Bobby Fischer, 60 Memorable Games, where Fischer has a couple of games where he won nicely. That's a book that everyone should know. So knight takes d4, c5 forces a trade of queens. Knight b3 is main line, queen takes d1, rook takes d1 now. We've looked at this before. My old friend Alexander Ivanov used to always play bishop d7. But this, interestingly, is the main move. For me, the thing about this move that bothers me a little bit is like, it feels like you're forcing white to make a constructive move with f3. So you see Fischer, Spassky, 1992. Why? I mean, why do we want to force white to make a constructive move? I get it, like, okay, maybe we can play f5 and break out later. Maybe the dark squares will get weakened and we'll get the white king on this diagonal or something. But at the end of the day, okay, black can play other moves like bishop d6. But bishop d7, this looks like the more solid. So we had this maybe once with Nefedov. If I do me, if I search for me, yeah, Nefedov, Nefedov, Nefedov. Oh, I have a bad score here. We have a bad score against Nefedov. I only have 2.5 out of 3. Well, that's what they say. 2.5 out of 3 ain't bad. We always like to joke around here. A4. And what's the real theory say? But I remember at least one of these games you had a kind of advantage, if I remember correctly. Nefedov's hiding now. Bronstein Medina. Okay, but anyway, I prefer bishop d7. But see, people don't want to do that. They want to be like... The black side of the exchange, Roy Lopez, is the best place to be macho, you know? Oh, I want to be a tough guy. I'm going to play bishop g4. Now this move, interesting. Problem with bishop e6 is like you can't castle through check. You're not in the master's database yet? Soon. So this is a sophisticated move that's beyond me. I didn't know it was even a move. But you can see Spassky played it in 1973. It's interesting that he didn't repeat that against Bobby Fischer. It's also interesting that Beliavsky played it in 2012. If Beliavsky played it, it's okay. Sipidov. He quit chess to play tennis after that game. Okay, so anyway, bishop f4 is the normal move. So what's the point? Like, black has rook d8? c4 or rook d8? Rook c8 is ugly. That was played by Yakov Estrin and a guy named Zoltán Almásy, who younger players may not be familiar with. Quite a decent player. Hungarian champion many times, who's basically given up playing, it looks like. I don't know what he does with himself all day. Rook d8, I assumed, is the point. It doesn't seem to solve black's problems. So now knight c3, bishop d6. This is like suffering for black. It looks like it's still a draw. So it's a weird choice by black, the bishop e6. Not such a common line. But bishop f4 puts the most pressure. Nefedov plays bishop e3. Ah, my old friend. My old friend, Viktor Panush from Moldova. He's a really nice guy. We played in a tournament in Romania once. Viktor, friendly guy. So bishop e3, he's the only one who won. He played c4. I mean, the opponent played c4. Yeah, I mean, I would play b6 without even a second thought here. I mean, this looks weakening. I don't see it. Good old Gerhard Schroll. So I've played 3 out of 4 of these players. That's how much I get around. Against Van der Velde, draw. Schroll win. Panush win, I think. I don't remember. Maybe it was a draw against Panush, but I didn't lose. Bishop e3, b6. Looks better. So Nefedov now, with the novelty, but perfectly reasonable move, knight c3. 1976 game. Gudmundur Sigurjonsson. Sorry, Tomas, for the mispronunciation of this name. That's Icelandic. I didn't know Sigurjonsson was so high rated. 2530. In 1976, that's a very, very strong rating. He was the second Icelandic GM. I heard of his name. I didn't know if he was an IM or GM. Of course, I saw some old Olympiad photos. I mean, Fischer probably played with him. So Nefedov didn't play A4. I mean, A4 is kind of a normal move, right? And then Black has to decide, you know, how to deal with the threat of possible A5s or not. But Nefedov has experience. He plays just knight C3. Okay, so here we have knight there. Nothing else we can do. So this is transposed to a whole bunch of games. White has like an itty bitty tiny, like microscopic technical advantage. Right, Friedrich Olsen, of course, who was also the arbiter famously of, I mean, everyone's heard of Friedrich Olsen. But Sigurjonsson I didn't know was a GM or not. He died this year. Friedrich Olofsson died this year? That's crazy. I didn't hear about that. A4, A5. So now we're getting to some modern transpositions. See, Nefedov has forced Black, you know, into putting like the majority of, or induced Black into putting majority of Black's pawns on dark squares. And that's making that Black square bishop pretty bad. The white squares are weak. Nefedov has white squares, his opponent has dark squares. This bishop, though, centerpiece to Black's position. So now you play knight d5. This is a novelty. And it's threatening the cheapo knight takes b6. I have a weird feeling like you did that or someone did that against me. You or someone else did the knight takes b6. And I had to do like bishop takes h2. Shit. She blundered it? Oh man. She blundered it. Black just ignored the threat and played knight e7. So the problem is we're going to do knight b6, bishop h2 check, king takes. And then we have like rook d6, hitting the bishop on e6 and the loose base pawn on b6. And if Black has to do something like bishop takes b3, rook pawn takes, now b6 is hanging. You could see Black end up doing something really off balance, like, you know, knight e7, knight b6, bishop h2, king takes, pawn takes b6, rook d6, bishop b3, giving up the good bishop, c takes b, and then knight c8 to defend. Imagine having to play like knight c8 to defend the b6 pawn. That's very awkward. So what is Black supposed to do? Well, I think the first thing to do is like not freaking play bishop e6 in the first place. But why not defend the bishop on d6? So I think this is a good moment for castles, no? If we can castle, I mean, what are you going to do? Sack a piece on c5? This seems to be okay, no? Yeah. So knight d5 is a mistake. She forgot she could castle. Playing too much chess 960 or something. Knight d5 was a bad move by Nefedov. I mean, you are blocking your own rook here. You got caught playing for cheapos, basically. She played 97. But, I mean, Nefedov, this is unforgivable. You know? So bishop takes h2 check, forced. King takes. Takes. Now you have rook d6. She can't afford to lose this base pawn. So she has no other move than to take on b3. Then you take back. Then you have bishop versus knight, a kingside pawn majority. No, they're equal. Sorry. No. You don't have a kingside pawn majority. But I still like your king. And I like your central pawn. So knight c8. That knight is ugly. Although rook c6 is not a good move. Rook e6 is also not a good move. So white has to reposition the rook. Let's say, well, you just do like rook d3. And then black is under a lot of pressure here. I mean, rook a7, king, rook d1, king e7. I mean, how do you get the knight back in the game? This is very nasty for black. So Nefedov missed a huge move there. Playing c4. Well, it's like positionally okay. He's putting his pawns in the right color and stuff. But, I mean, it's bad because he missed the tactic. The other problem is that, you know, that square would be a good place for your knight. But, I mean, that's not really a question here, you know. I mean, now she has pressure on d5, so you can't play knight d2. Just not an option. And your other options are really lame, like rook d2 or something. She's just going to take, and she's better at that point with the bishop pair. So, I mean, c4 is not that bad, but, you know, Nefedov missed a crushing tactic. And now black plays knight c6, and she's pretty solid. You saw it now. Now you see it, now you don't. Is it not as good now? Yeah, it's not as good now because c4 is hanging. What did she miss here? Take, 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 take. It's like Hikaru thing. If she takes, you take. If she takes, what? This is winning for you. Oh shit, she has rook b8. Oh no. That's why playing c4 is bad. Oh my god. So this was a tactical slugfest. Blunder, blunder, blunder. King h2. That was not a blunder. c takes b. So Nefedov got the position he was supposed to get, or close to it. But it's not as good now. Bishop d7, rook d1. And she's groveling for a draw again. She really doesn't know she's allowed to castle queenside. That's weird. Maybe she bet a friend, like, I can beat Nefedov without castling. They're like, no you can't. I'll bet you $10. He didn't know that the bet was on. I bet you can beat Nefedov without castling. So she wasn't allowed to castle. Nefedov never knew. This is one-on-one. She's like handicapped. And then Pavel went. You berserked. This is a neat move. I'm skeptical of this move because there's a big blue dubious sign there. But okay, my question is this. After pawn takes, knight takes, you must have looked at knight b8. Pawn takes, knight takes. Oh no. But wait, pawn takes, knight takes, the bishop can move. Like bishop g4 or something? So show me something. If takes here, because it's on this rook, and you're also holding c8, so rook takes, oh, this is crazy. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. Rook takes c6, you're down a piece. Yeah, so Nefedov, yeah, this is a very sloppy game. Is this really sound to sacrifice this? Can't she play bishop g4? Wow, bishop g4 f3. So that actually is refuted. But I was right about knight b8. Yeah, but here you probably do have enough compensation. You know, I also saw this, but I don't know if that's enough either. Yeah, Dr. Jekyll and Hyde. Nefedov is like playing the exchange variation to unleash crazy endgame tactics on his opponents. He went into Dr. Jekyll mode. Or this is Mr. Hyde, sorry. Same thing. 95. Chick is playing too fast. She has a minute ahead on the clock. So you just have f4. Everyone saw it but you. Check here. 93. And so what? You get your piece back with a lot of interest. Big interest. Big, beautiful interest. She knows she can castle. Holy shit, that's unbelievable. You know how black should end this game, right? There's only one way to end this game now. She's like 2 pawns down. On 96, she should play rook f7 and allow white to like checkmate her with that. Because otherwise it's just, alright. Okay, his b pawn is backward. Still, white's winning. Big, beautiful b pawn. Man, rook on the 7th. Yeah, you should be playing for mate here, it looks like. Plus the passed pawns. You hesitated. 1 pawn down, not 2. Dude, she's down a pawn on both sides. Oh shit, I keep thinking you have an H pawn. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I just keep thinking the H pawn is still there. That was the second time I did that. It doesn't matter. But rook c5, yeah, rook c5, you shouldn't have taken. It's Nefedov panic mode now. You still have the big, beautiful pawns here. So much for the big, beautiful pawns. Now it's a draw. She might be better with the outside a pawn. Oof. Oof. Double oof. Yeah, don't want to push that past pawn. It's never good to push past pawns, Nefedov. It's hard to see e6. She put her rook right in the path there on d7. Man, that's a bad move. And Nefedov has a materialistic leaning. Rook takes a5. He's low on time. He was low on time. It is increment though. So this chick is playing, you know, typical like kid style where you play increment like it's sudden death. You know, she probably plays too much sudden death. So it's gonna be a draw. Nefev's just a gentleman. He's just a gentleman. He offered a draw at some point. His favorite thing is to offer draw in lost positions, like he did the last game against me. But this is too drawn to offer a draw. You should wait till you have a lost position. This is way too drawn. Wait till you drop like a knight or something. You should sacrifice your knight for the last pawn and then offer a draw with, like, you know, rook against rook and knight. He's trying to, like, self-mate himself. As if you could sacrifice. Ah! Knight takes e2. Not rook takes e2. Knight takes e2. And now you've got pressure. Yep, playing for the win. No draw for in this game. You know, you should play king takes h6 because you're up a pawn. I got a message. Yeah, we're not sending that in. Alright, Yabatis is next. It's a very rare Yabatis submission. He's playing in a tournament next week. So wish him luck. Man, it's late. It's late. 10 o'clock. It's a long one. Power of the New. We don't know who you are. You have to identify yourself. Damn, he's got multiple submissions now. Who are you, bro? You can't just submit games. You have to be a subscriber. We have no idea who you are. You're going to need to identify yourself. Can we get an identity check? A subscriber check on Power of the New? Because I don't think they're a subscriber. I mean, they're not accounted for. You know? Good game, Nefedov, for that time control. We would expect better from you in a longer time control. Less blunders. Alright, so this is my preferred defense with black. I do not play e takes f, though. The Sladgie system is taking with a g pawn. So the first thing that really speaks to me here, I did not know that Mamajara was playing the Trumpowski so much. But he is a big fan of less common stuff. Anyway, I think this is dumb. I don't know why people play d5 and e takes f6. You know, there's so many other things you can play. Really weak players like Kramnik, Ding Loren, Vacher. Okay, I get it if you know, okay, if you want to play against like Mamajarov maybe, but there's no dynamism in this capture. You're splitting your pawn structure in two. This is way more aggressive to play g takes. Anyway, once I saw a game in the U.S. Open, somebody lost against Danny Wrench. Danny Wrench of Chess.Mom was playing white, and black just played a very typical game and lost in a very, very typical way. And I thought, because I lost once to Danny Wrench of Chess.Mom. If you're losing to Danny Wrench, it's not a good sign. You know, so e takes f6 is not a good option. But anyway, it's an old variation. This is not the Caro-Kann. Look, I have absolute respect for like e4, c6. The Nimzovich variation of the Caro-Kann, great opening, right? Takes, knight f6, knight takes f6. Great opening. This is great. It's one of the best ways for black to play. But this is not the Caro-Kann. There's a pawn on d5, and what tends to happen is like white will play c4, and then either he'll Black will take on c4, and white will remain with a strong pawn on d4, or white will play c4 trade on d5, and then black will end up with an isolated pawn on d5. So it always seems like whatever black does, he ends up with like a bad pawn structure here, you know? That's not the case in the Caro-Kann. Now in the Caro-Kann, this pawn is traded for this pawn. And that's fine. You know, it's a very different scenario. If white would promise me that they'd let me trade my e pawn for the d pawn for the e pawn here, I would be perfectly fine with this. But I think it's not such an easy structure for black to play. Anyway, so e3, main line, bishop d6, c4, and I don't know about move order here. You can play c4, but you don't have to play it right away. But it is the key idea, right? I guess there's some question as to when you should play it. And you can see already, you know, there's a handful of games where black played c6. Everyone else took on c4. Yeah, because the Danny Wrench game, the guy, like, I think he tried to do c6 or something. But I don't think that Wrench played c4 right away in that game. You know, maybe that's a reason to not play c4. If we delay c4, maybe we'll get black to do something like, you know, not good. Maybe we'll play b6 or something. c4 is definitely the right idea, but I would consider other options where you, like, delay the move c4. Maybe. But anyways, so c4, and your opponent played c6, and the interesting thing about this is there's 5 games out of 400 games where this was done. Look at black's score, bro. Senf, I always like that name. Martin Senf, he's German, I am. I played him once in Norway. But what I love is the double F. How do you pronounce double F? Maybe we can ask, like, Mr. Slow. He's the only German in the stream today. Should I do like f? Is it silent? Does anyone know how to pronounce double F? Senf. What if it's just one F? Can you have 3 Fs in a row? Is that not allowed by the pairing system? Why does black have such a good score here? Stronger player with black, equal. Stronger player with black, equal, equal. I think normally white would have like +1 in this matchup, in these matchups. I mean, black would normally have +1 in these matchups, but black ends up with +4. That's pretty weird. So, anybody want to guess the evaluation of the computer after c6? I'm gonna guess white is better by 0.2. Anybody else? Don't cheat. You guys want to guess white's advantage after c6? Checkmate with 0.1. We'll do it like the Price is Right, you know. Whoever's closer without going over. After c6. You think it's that much? No way. 0.5 is too high. But why does black have such a good score? Okay. Charishkina Abdul Malik 2019, forget it. Like, old over the hill player against Abdul Malik. Then the other games were just bad luck. Senf clearly stronger than Mensch. But still, man, it's unbelievable. 4.5 for black. I say it's 0.2. Thomas Trainson, 6.7? $1, Bob. All right, let's see. So here we go. Dude. See that? Lock it in. Am I good? I told you guys. I nailed it exactly. Give me the $100, Bob. Which pocket? I got exactly. Did I cheat? Do you guys think I cheated? You too said point two. No, you didn't. Did you? Oh, shit. But I said it first. Yeah, checkmate said point one. You did say it. I said it first. You have to guess a different number if I said it first. Yeah, anyway. But that's... What that tells me, to be fair, is that this variation is more playable than it gets credit for. So the original evaluation is 0.0. Maybe. After d takes c4, bishop takes c4, 0.0. The Trumpeski doesn't necessarily deserve to get an advantage, but I think you might get 0.1. So it's a slight inaccuracy, but it still deserves to be played more. So the point is that the isolated pawn on d5, it may not be as bad as it looks, because it looks really bad. The question is like, okay, how do we attack it? We got a fianchetto with our bishop. We can hit it with a knight, a bishop, and a queen. And the second knight's going to be tricky. What are you going to do? Like put your knight on f4? Then he can hack that off. Black's going to look for active counterplay. So this has got to be good. And then your opponent lost their mind. What's the best way to defend, a weakness? I would normally use this sort of phrase for a situation where it's like an isolated pawn. But let's just call it a static weakness. What's the best way of defending a static weakness? I think I've used this example. I can't believe I'm giving away my secrets. Oh no, my camera's not good. No wonder no one's watching. I gotta fix the camera. I've used this example most commonly for the d6 pawn in the King's Indian, where black plays e takes d4 and has a d6 pawn that's backward. But we can use the same example with isolated pawns, or this pawn on d5. So you know the answer. What's the best way to defend a weakness? A static weakness. Like this pawn on d5. Asterbate says, let's do Family Feud. We had prizes right. Let's do Family Feud. Asterbate. Survey says, move the same piece twice. No. Alright. Can you say last resort? Well, we do have the Nefyadov defense, right? Nefyadov's opponent. There's always Nefyadov's opponent defense. But the lesson is, the best way to defend a static weakness is to not defend it, but rely on active counterplay. So Mr. Coffee gets half credit. Counterplay around it. I'm sorry, your wording is rather strange. We only can give you half credit for the strange wording of your response. You didn't form your answer in the form of a question. So, okay, seriously, move the bishop again. Not great. Move the bishop again. Not great. Defend it directly with a passive move. It's an option. It may be necessary. This is ugly, but it may be necessary. You know, I think that's the obvious move, right? Like the last game. If there was an active way to defend this, I would do it. I mean, queen a5, you know, ultimately you're going to end up in the same place. But the situation is going to get worse. So if you play bishop e6, and white plays queen b3, now you can play queen b6, right? I think that black's going to have to rely on bishop e6 and then, you know, get imaginative. But ultimately we could have like knight c6, knight e7. This doesn't feel right. See, this is going to drift into losing to someone who owns chess.mom. You're going to lose to Danny Wrench or something here after bishop e4. This sucks. We're going to trade our good bishop for that knight. Is that going to fix our position? Then we're going to have an isolated pawn and no good bishop. The same thing can be said of, you know, solutions where we're taking on h2. But at least there we would, like, you know, get rid of our stupid pawn on d5. To be fair, the pawn on d5 isn't stupid. Okay, it's a strong pawn that happens to be weak at the same time. All right, bishop e4, bad move. Let's see what the computer says. Yeah, it's no question. You have to play bishop e6. But I'm right again. But the thing is, I'm teaching you guys how to reach these conclusions. I'm teaching you guys how to reach the conclusion the engine would come to in a human way, you know, which is what I try to do. And if I hit it, then I know I'm thinking logically, pretty logically. Bishop e4, bad move. Yabatis doesn't try to overreact, he just develops. Not the most decisive move, but probably fine. Castles, knight e2. Now this is a problem. Knight f4. I don't like a3. You know, I don't see the necessity of that. It's not bad. Not my favorite. Were you concerned about maybe anything in particular here? Were you looking for something particular? Can I help you, sir? There goes castling queenside. No, I don't know. a3 is fine. It has some ramifications. This is horrifying, but what's black supposed to do? Like, if he plays bishop e7, good luck with that. That looks horrible. Now we have additionally knight f4, queen f3. That pawn is not going to be around for long. That's gone. So yeah, I mean, white's kind of screwed. I mean, black's kind of screwed here. a3 takes. You took with the pawn. That's interesting. You can take either way, or either, if you prefer. This is more double-edged. You're lower maintenance to take with a knight and just have a better structure. Now, I don't know, man. I prefer taking with the other way, but this is still okay. Wow, that's ugly. F5 is ugly. Sometimes ugly is the way to go. So, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of attacking motifs with like g4. The problem is that where's Yabatis going to put his king? He can't castle queenside, so it's going to have to just hang out on like f1. I think you should also consider moving your H pawn. You know, you could have a whole kind of kingside attack. You just need your rook to come over somehow. Rook A2, Reshevsky style. So queen H5. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if this is a threat or not. Yeah, okay, G4. Now you have G5. The downside of this is that it closes the position and takes the pressure off of F5. But I'm not sure if you have an option. You have a neat idea, though. Queen H6. And if pawn takes pawn, knight here. But after this, I don't know what to do anymore. That's really annoying. That is really annoying. Anyway, so G5. He can't trade queens. Okay, this looks familiar. I think he should go here. Keep the queen off of H6. Keep H7 protected. But now, he's going to get ripped with the H pawn. And his queen also has to keep the bishop protected. So it's going to be hard for his queen to protect the bishop and protect H7 at the same time. This understandable, but maybe E8 is better. I mean, maybe we should just put our rooks like that. He needs to keep D5 protected. He needs to keep the bishop protected. White is clearly better, unless his queen gets trapped on H6. Of course, there is like H4, knight D8, followed by F6 and knight F7. The guy trades queens. So you trade queens. Yeah. You don't want to let him take on H6, right? And then H5, and you're better. It's a very pleasant endgame. Black has super pawn. It's a super pawn. Oof. Oh no. Now he can't take with the F pawn, but he can match you on the H file. Damn. Yeah, I want to sack the exchange. There's no time. Damn it. So he has rook H8. This sucks. He's hanging on now. He's just hanging on. Maybe you misplayed the timing of that, you know, Ubatis. There's no reason you had to exchange right away. Maybe it didn't make a difference in the long run, but you should have done this first. Or maybe just E2. But I think you exchanged too quickly. You know, you could have saved yourself. Because, like, does he really want to do rook H8 here? Without, you know, it's more accurate to play the king move first. Probably. And then this is unpleasant for black, but this looks like a big mistake. He doesn't need to worry about the H file anymore. You're not threatening anything. I mean, rook H6. Not so easy to threaten anything with a single rook on the H file. But now you have some tricks. I'm very concerned about C4 and these D5 four kingtons. Now there's a huge threat of just trading into the knight versus bishop. Oh my god, he let you. Okay, there's still some danger. But I would take it, man. I think you should take it. His bishop's really bad, and you're walking in. You're walking in. So let's say you walk over, he moves his bishop. You gotta watch F6. F6 is a sort of pseudo threat. But I think he's toast, man. I just don't think that black can survive this. Every single pawn except for a7 is on the wrong color. So that would be simpler. You played c4. This is also good, but black can try to hang on with like 97. That's the only problem. It's a terrible position, but black black is on the verge of hanging on here. He might be able to hang on. So you took. You can attack his pawn. I don't think this is a win. I mean, you can play bishop d7, forcing king f7. Maybe you should play that first. Do you think he has f4? I doubt it. He's close to kind of Zugzwang here. I mean, if you were to play like c5. Damn, dude. This is a very interesting endgame. c5. You're winning, apparently. This is instructive. This is a winning position after knight takes c6 check. It's a winning position already. Wow. So there's no need for f4. You could even win with c5. Okay, that I like this. This dominates his knight. You know, bishop d7, king f7, and then c5. And there's no need for f4. f4 is an okay move, but you know, you might need that tempo too. The thing is, like, if he's not threatening thing over there, f3 or f4 could be like tempy moves, and you could Zugzwang black. There's also the chance that your king could walk in there, you know, over there. So f4, I mean, a move I might have played too in a fast game, but it's not necessary. Yeah, a6 is terrible. Now you got it. It's even better now because you're walking into a5. Crushing, crushing. Nice knight you got there. And that's over. Yeah, very nice. Easy. All of his pawns. I'll have all your pawns, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, enough. Good game. This is Bagsy Mogs, and then last but not least we got Tomas. Yeah. I mean, no. I mean, Yabadis was nervous about knight f5 when he played f4. There was the possibility of black sacks a pawn with like f4 and put the knight on f5, but I don't think it was so great. You could take and you can save your d pawn by defending it with the king, and ultimately black is a pawn down. Or maybe you just don't even take, you know, just keep doing your thing. Yeah, of course f4 was an idea. Okay, so this is chess 960. This is a classic hanging pawn. I don't really do chess 960 these days, of course. No, just no position of the king. b4 is okay. It doesn't weaken our king. When in doubt, develop knights. You know, I don't know that much about chess 960, but I do know that it seems like pawn center has more importance in chess 960 than in normal chess. And hypermodernism, in my experience, doesn't seem to work as well. But anyway, what do I know? So Beatles established a strong pawn. I mean, I like his approach. He's got a strong pawn on e5. You played f3. And that makes some sense, although it does open up your king a tiny bit. You'll obviously build a castle later. You could consider f4. That's kind of dangerous, though, I imagine, on that diagonal. I never really analyzed chess 960. So f3 just happens to be the number one move of the engine. Not of the engine, of the opening explorer. Lichess opening explorer. It just happens to be the number one move. F3, and now black plays bishop e6. This is very principled. I like black here. I don't know why. I like black, but I have to say I don't like his queen, you know? That is the one thing I don't like about black's position. You have a means of getting your queen, like, in the game. And black's queen feels like it's shut out. So now knight b3. This is a new move, but a rather natural move. No real threat necessarily, but we slowly connect pieces. We got knight c5. It's okay. Black castled. Very principled. Knight f7. But, you know, one thing about this that you have to understand that I don't know if I like about Beatles' play is that he committed himself. You know, he committed his king really early here. I mean, I think one of the things about Chess 960, obviously, because there's more potential castling possibilities, and later casting possibilities, and weirder castling possibilities, I'm not sure you want to castle that early. This is a good move, d4, opening up a lot of pieces for white. You're threatening like d5 with a crushing space advantage. So I think it's all hands on deck for black here already. He hates his queen. To me, it looks like if you play d5, black is clearly worse. And if he takes, he's clearly worse. So this needs to be considered. It makes his queen look ridiculous on a8. But nevertheless, what I feel is that the center seems to be more important in Chess 960, even more. Yeah, but I mean, you're shocked that he allowed d5. I mean, what do you want him to play? You know, pawn takes pawn is bad. d5 drops his e5 pawn to pawn takes pawn, queen takes. He didn't want to play c6 because it blocks in his queen even worse. I mean, he's already in trouble. If you really stopped and thought about it, you might appreciate why he did what he did. That's how easy it is to get a horrible position in Chess 960. That's why I hate Chess 960. I play like 4 moves in the opening and I'm like lost. You know? How do people play the opening so well in Chess 960? You just overwhelmed an IM in like 4 moves. That's pretty crazy for me, you know. You played the opening like perfectly. d5, the whole game you played perfectly. I mean, based on the analysis that I saw. But for me, the opening, it's like fatal normally. I do stuff like what he did. You know, I do this all the time. The guy doesn't want to play c6 because look at his queen. What is he going to do with his queen here? How is his queen going to get in the game? Okay, maybe he can play like bishop c7, queen b8. That's about the only option, you know. The only other move I thought of for black was like this, you know, coming in here, some positions, but I don't know that he can sacrifice this pawn on e5. Yeah, so c6 seems kind of forced, unless he's going to sacrifice a pawn, like say d5 takes. Maybe he can sacrifice a pawn. I don't know. You know, it looks pretty insane, but yeah, I don't think so. So he decides to hunker down. You have a huge space advantage after d5. It looks like a King's Indian. His queen is going to be extremely problematic. This is just like a gut reaction. And you just seal him in. And black can resign. You just resign. That could never happen in a normal chess game. F4, wow. Wouldn't be the first move I thought of. It's the engine's #1 move. Black offers a draw. This guy has a good sense of humor. Here, you could have taken the pawn on F4, but you didn't. If you take the pawn on F4, he trades a set of pieces. Okay, he can crawl his queen out, but he's still a bishop down for the rest of the game. But here you just coolly left your pawn on F4, not even left his pawn on F4, not even taking it. You just beat him like your stepbrother or something. Now at least he could play C6, maybe get the bishop in. Good luck with that. Yeah. Now he finally got actual counterplay. Real counterplay for the first time in the whole game. Is this going to be an issue? Here? Oh, he dropped a knight. Oh my god. So his knight's trapped. Oh, he can play knight e3. No, he doesn't have a place to go. Yeah. Yeah, that was instructive. Interesting. Okay, Thomas, let's see a game. Thomas versus London Enjoyer. Love to see IMs just get beat like stepchildren. I love getting beat like a stepchild, personally. Yeah. So e4, c5. Thomas is white here. d4. Ah. I have to see it. Oh, I have to see it. Oh no. A Mora from the white side. Oof. The Mora from the white side. Hold on a sec. Why doesn't my screen work right? It's weird. God damn it. I lost the window. The hell is my window, man? Oh, God. This is horrible. I put a window down, and I can't get it back now. Alright, not important. Anyway. Alright, we're back. So, okay. G6. This is rarely seen. Rarely seen. Very rarely. Alright. You know, objectively, d5 is very strong. That's fine. You know, Tomas, since you're not playing d4, I mean, you should still be able to play. Almost everyone should know how to play the white side of Benoni. You don't have to play c4, though. I mean, it's important to realize. Well, not all Benonis are the same, you know. He pre-moved g6. Well, it's still fine. I mean, it's a move, you know. He's just playing a kind of Schmid Benoni. Nothing you can do about it. I mean, your other option is to play c3. Perfectly normal. This is a move too. Takes. Of course. Now you can stay in Mora territory. You could also consider bishop c4, I would think. So black plays d3. And yeah, I mean, it's a way to play. It's a way to play, and white should take, and the question is move order though, right? Like, are you supposed to play in this move order? Are you supposed to play c4 first? There are certain lines where, you know, the best way to set up against this d3 is a Marazzi. So I don't know about this specific position, but you need to think about it. Because, like, if you don't do it soon enough, there may be, like, some way that black can prevent it. Know what I'm saying? Someone on sound could explain it, you know, better than me, because he's, like, an expert on this stuff. I had a really unpleasant game with him once or twice. You decided to aim for the d3 push variation? What do you mean you decided? He decided. What, are you making his moves for him? He's... Yeah. But I mean, what I'm saying is, like, I'm a little surprised here that no one's ever played c4. Is there a problem with this move? It's not like the d3 pawn is going somewhere. I don't really understand. I mean, maybe there's no way to take advantage of bishop takes d3. I mean, he could theoretically play d5. This would transpose to a weird c3 Sicilian. So apparently it's not very good. Takes, queen takes. I don't know about your bishop on d3 though. Knight a3. It's way better than I thought for white. So if he can't play d5, then he can't prevent c4. He can't prevent c4. So now you should probably play c4. Just keep that in mind, okay? All right. Now c4. No. By delaying c4, you know, I think you begin to give him some additional options. So you play c4 now, he plays d6. He's not castled. And one thing I would want to keep my eye out for, I know this is a typical move, right? If black plays, like, let's say bishop somewhere. You guys want to take a guess what happened in Elianov? Do I know what I'm talking about? Ta-da! Give me the note from the school nurse. That's a good move. You gotta watch out for that. It's a 2200. Alright. So you're supposed to play c4. You played bishop e3. I mean, this is lame. No, I think you gotta play it, man. You gotta play c4. There's some games here with queen e2. Maybe you're still going to get it in. But after d6, you'll have to play like h3. And then you can eventually get in c4. This is the goal, you know. Something like that. I don't know what the point is with rook d1. There's some traps. Knight d7. Nikita Petrov. Bernatsky, 2016. Not a joke game. Black has a good score here. 2,000 against Naj Gabor. No, screw the queen e2, man. My advice would be to play, you know, play c4 as soon as possible. You should play it now. But the problem is, like the Elyanov game, you can only delay so long. Let's say like castles. I mean, bishop d7, for example. This hasn't been played, but what do you do now? I mean, this isn't quite as good as the Elyanov game, but I still think you should hack your knight. Try to play for structure. True, this is not as good. There was another game where black played bishop e6, and white played knight g5. Okay. Interesting. But white's already gone off the normal kind of plan here. He can let you take the bishop on e6. Okay, anyway. I don't like bishop e3. I think this is lame, and you don't have an advantage. You're still maybe equal. All right, knight f6, h3, stopping knight g4. You played c4. This is an interesting move. So the other guy, there's a couple games here. The other guys both played the standard move h3, but there may be some problems. Naroditsky castled. What is he going to do after c4? Can I get a match with people that play like this guy? 2209, knight on bd2. You play knight on bd2, dude. What are you doing? How is he even playing at 2400? You have to play c4, man. I mean, h3, fine. Castles. If not c4, what does white do? This is interesting. This is really interesting. So check this out. It looks like black's best move is e6. He's going to try to smoke you with d5. There's no games here at all. Now, it makes me think like your move might even be an improvement. So Thomas tries a novelty is c4. We're saying if knight g4, we go back to c1. I don't mind going back to c1, you know, necessarily. You do have to watch out for the old Siberian trap with knight d4. Don't want to become a bog body. So c4, all right, new move. Opponent castled. Yeah, so, all right. This is the critical question, knight g4. You have to play bishop c1. It's your only move. Now, what does black do? Let's say castle. And if you play knight c3, he's going to rip your guy off and say you have a bad structure. But he is castled there, which is not ideal. So I think that black shouldn't castle. He should play a different move, i.e. d6. Now it's your turn. It's your turn, and I don't like knight c3. So we're going to need to come up with a different idea here for white. And I don't know what that is. Queen e2. Computer just bites the bullet. There is an interesting possibility of bishop e2, which is very counterintuitive. You drive the knight back, fine. He should go to e5 and swap pieces. You know, Mark Esterman isn't beating anybody after you trade a few pieces and she can't attack, you know. That's what Kosic said. It's not like, Mark Esterman's going to beat me in an endgame or something. So this is equal. Yeah. All right. No, it's interesting. I don't know about h3, but anyway. c4 novelty. It's not worse than the other game. You got a good position here. He played d6, now h3. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. It's like someone on sound versus me. Can we find my game? No game found. Da-da, da-da-da. I drew. So I played this twice against someone on sound, 2018 and 2019. But I assure you, these were not pleasant experiences for black. So I tried one Larson style, like double fianchetto with b6. That was the more recent one, probably. I did this, going for, that was my first try, Emery Tate style. Tate would like this, b6. But white's better here. You have a good kind of Marazzi type position. I had a difficult time with him. So what you did here is pretty standard. But I know one thing, you're supposed to play like rook c1. I don't know if you should play queen e2 right away. Thomas, maybe it's better to play rook c1 first. You want to meet knight b4 with bishop b1. Defend the knight and be able to play b3, right? I'm not sure queen e2 is as important as rook c1. On the other hand, maybe you get your rook to d1, but I think you want to keep that knight protected, no? This is a normal square for the queen. It's not a traditional Marazzi where you're necessarily putting the queen on d2 and playing for bishop h6, right? It's more like a Sicilian Khan or something. So now, yeah, bishop d7. You know what's really weird? We go back to Masters database. Okay. So knight d7 is main move, b6. So I played the two main moves here. Knight d7 and b6. There's experimental bishop e6, bishop d7. Yeah, I didn't play this move because I don't know what the follow-up is. It's hard to come up with a follow-up to bishop d7. Right? Acerbate would probably play knight e8, knight c7, knight e6. And maybe that's not such a crazy idea. Here. So you're playing against Tatai now. You're white, you're playing against Tatai. Tatai's still alive. I believe. Queen a5. Yeah, black, queen a5. Oh, no. Okay, that was what Mesa was white. Tatai played queen a5. Yeah, this is an interesting idea to put the queen on h5. No, not a bad idea. And Tatai, a very strong player. He probably got the GM title in, the delayed sort of GM title. He was GM strength, but never got the title normally. Emeritus. GM emeritus. Queen e2, rook c8. Deserved to be a GM. So rook c8, not very useful. And now a6. Okay. Well, that makes sense. And it makes sense with the rook c8 to some degree, but you're going to have a problem with the b6 square. He has a huge problem with his b6 square. He's screwed there. So you didn't get him. You know, you have knight a4. Is it not that strong? Does black have a shot like knight b4, knight a4, knight b4? Because his bishop's on it here. I mean, for example, like knight b6, you're better. You got him in your grip. Plus 0.6. Knight a4 looks interesting. Obviously knight d5, but that swaps pieces. You can take that. Let's see what the computer said. It just sits on him. Wow. So the computer doesn't want to even do anything. It just sits on him with rook f d1. This move voluntarily seems a little strange to me. It also reduces your prevention of b5. He might have some b5, man, if you're not careful. No, another thing I'd like to point out is that maybe his rook's on the wrong square. If this guy wants to play a6, maybe he should play rook b8 and then a6 and b5, not rook c8, you know? So maybe it would be more accurate to play a6 first, not commit his rook, then he has the option to go to either square. You know, you don't even know what he's doing yet, and when you make this move, he can go here, and I'll try to play for b5. And it also is relevant, because if you try to go there, b5, and now his rook and his queen will guard that incursion on b6. This is very logical. So bishop b1, and then he does the acerbate. Are you sure you weren't black? You're acerbate. Not a bad maneuver when you've got nothing left to do. But this looks very gross. He's like forcing Tomas to like trap his queen with knight d5, bishop b6. Oof. Oh. It happened. Imagine that. Yeah, imagine that. He only loses the exchange. It's not so bad. Maybe this is actually in his best interest. His position was becoming so bad, maybe losing the exchange isn't the worst thing that could happen. Now let's see if we can squeeze any more out of him here. You took right away, but you know, there might be some extra juice left. You always want to make sure you don't throw out the bottle for getting the last drops out of it. Especially if it's vodka. Especially if it's good vodka. Or whiskey. Can we squeeze any more juice out of it? Like rook fd1 or something. Like, just, you know, you never moved your rook. Alright, you settled. b3 here. And then the dude played d5, but that doesn't work. That's just another pawn. Exactly. Oh, now he dropped his queen on the c-file. Oof. Ouch. And it's over. He should give one last college try to like bishop h6. Trying for knight takes h3 check. But unfortunately it's too little too late. You could just play like rook d8, knight h3 check, pawn takes, bishop takes, rook takes, and he's down all kinds of pieces. Like all of his pieces. After king g7, knight takes d2. Guys, thanks for joining us. It was fun. I gotta go. It's late. It's been a good one. I enjoyed analyzing with you guys. We had a huge audience tonight. I'd like to thank everyone. Bringing along your friends, telling them about how great our analysis streams are, and for the extensive donations we got today. Thanks especially Mr. Evil and Acerbate. Acerbate with a high hand, getting a straight from 6 to 10. Sorry, Mr. Slow, your 3 of kind 6 is just not enough. I mean, Mr. Evil, your 3 of kind 6 is not enough to win the high hand tonight. Welcome, guys. I'll see you on tomorrow, on stream tomorrow at no early afternoon around 12:30, and then Sunday simul. As always, thanks everybody for your support and the subscribers. We'll see you tomorrow and then again on Sunday. Bye bye.